I'm going to call us to order for the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners meeting for March 8th. We will start with a salute to the flag. Mr. Lucy, would you lead us this morning, please?
Please join me in a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Von Hartung, Chair.
Here.
Alexis Hill, Vice Chair. Here. Bob Lucy.
Here.
Kitty Jung is absent. Jeannie Herman. Here. County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Chief Deputy District Attorney Mary Canderas. Here. And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk, sir. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I take us into public comment, the manager and myself and some others from the county attended a celebration of life on the 4th of March. It was for one of our deputies, Jarrett Orsey, who had a medical emergency, sadly. He was up at the lake. Great young fellow, a tremendous loss for our community. Would you join me in just a brief moment of silence in honoring Deputy Orsey? Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, would you take us into item number 3, public comment?
Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, would you call public comment, please?
Certainly. First up, we have Melanie Sutton, followed by Robert Beatles, and then Val White. Melanie Sutton? Okay, that's Robert Beatles.
Welcome, Mr. Beatles.
All right, place all my comments on the record, please. Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. The register of voters, and it appears this commission, aside from Jeannie Herman, wants corrupt elections. It's become evident when Herman's and We the People's election integrity resolution was thrown off the agenda due to the county's manipulation of the format. Why is it not back on the agenda yet? Are you hoping to ramp up the fraud for the primaries? That's what items 9, 10, and 11 on Spicula's request for more money appears to do. Not to mention the bribe money from Zuckerbucks that she appears to be requesting as well. Out-of-state workers, out-of-state ballots, no transparency, no legitimate budget. The slander of Herman's resolution appears orchestrated. I don't see any financial or budget overview of dozens of items that you all have voted yes for, that the cost for the taxpayers is far more than what this resolution would be. Do you only vote yes for things without a budget or financial oversight when it benefits yourselves or your friends? We would like to know. It seems that you only care about the budget when the item being discussed is fair elections. You say it would cost too much, but we've never had it for debate. The items were open-ended, so the details could be hashed out. You would think that sending out half the amount of ballots that we currently do and having 50 to 100 polling places manned by county volunteers and no machines used right off the top would save us millions of dollars. And guess what? It would, but it's still not on the agenda. So what are you scared of? What's the problem with using county residents, county or state services, and having fair elections for all legal voters? Are you afraid that you're all going to lose your seats? Are you putting the good of yourselves above we the people? If you just did the right thing, you wouldn't have to cheat. It's really that simple. Did you ever think about that? Telling you. Having the commissioners appoint the county manager who appoints the register of voters, and they all report to you, seems like a really nice way to ensure that you keep the elections rigged. Just saying. Until you get caught. Did you ever find those pesky missing drives the night of the election for District 3 votes? You guys ever find those? You know, the ones that you say never went missing? Did they get found and manipulated like our resolution did too? I'm talking about the election where Alexis Hill suddenly, out of the blue, beat Marsha Brick Bigler. You guys find those drives? And how did Hartung overcome Marie in 2020? And how did Lucy tell Marcia he was going to replace her, then suddenly she was out and Hill was in? And how is it that according to Carmen, when she ran to the media, where we supposedly are too stupid to take into account inactive voters, dead people, out-of-state voters, and all this stuff from our last report of treason that we brought to you, then calling her bluff and plugging in those removed people for the last 3 years, we still end up with 40,000 more votes than voters? How is that possible? It's fraud. Our elections are rigged, and that's what your own data shows. Again, it's treason, and you're all committing treason except for Herman. Prove me wrong. I'm still waiting for that meeting with Kitty. I'm still waiting for the meeting with Hartung. Hasn't happened. So if you want to show us that you're not corrupt, vote no today on items 9 through 11.
Thank you.
Melanie Sutton, followed by Val White, and then David Chamberlain.
Welcome, Ms. Sutton.
All right, good morning. Melanie Sutton for the record. Officially, I'm a school board candidate for District C, so anybody watching this video, please vote for me on June 14th or pre-4. I oppose the county giving any money to any of the election until we get this straightened out. I just got word moments ago that you guys already allocated $800,000 to the Dominion voting machines, which
Please.
So obviously, we don't agree with that. And I would like to thank all of us patriots that come here all the time to hold you guys accountable, because you need to be held accountable because you work for us. We do not work for you. Furthermore, the analysis on spending hasn't been analyzed properly. We would also like you to hire within the community for poll workers, rather Vegas or California, because we are Washoe County and we are Washoe County strong. And we care about our citizens, and you should care about us too. Obviously, there is a few that you do not. And I see that Kitty's not here. Is she on Zoom or is she just not here? I guess she's just not here. Well, I'd like to thank her for the lunch that we had last week. It was very interesting. And I guess that's it. So as far as what Robert Beadle said, obviously I agree with him, and I would like to follow up with, I agree with him. And you guys have a great day, because my daughter is important to me.
Thank you.
Val White.
Please.
Val White, followed by David Chamberlain, and then Jim Bratcher.
I'd like to ask you to get into a figurative time machine and travel back to when you were 10 years old. Go way back to that time and remember the world as you saw it and felt it then. Think back to a few of the defining moments that shaped your character. Can you remember your 10-year-old sense of right and wrong? Do you remember the playground games and the oh-so-tight enforcement of the game's rules as you played? Do you remember being outraged when you saw an injustice on the playground or in the classroom? Do you remember your stomach twisting when you told a lie, or the strength you felt when you told the truth? Do you remember stepping forward to courageously defend another student who was being wronged? Can you recall what it felt like when you saw a wrong that had been righted? Children have a natural sense of right and wrong, justice and injustice, kindness and cruelty, selfishness and greed, truth and lies. It's a black and white world. It doesn't take time or therapy or higher education for kids to understand when something is right or wrong. As an adult, has your sense of right and wrong atrophied? Has your moral compass been moved to the darkest corners of your heart and mind? The disastrous state of our county's elections is calling out for your 10-year-old sense of right and wrong to bring justice and honesty and fairness to our elections. It's not rocket science or brain surgery or years of higher education or personal experience that Washoe needs from you. It's an easy-to-solve problem. The election integrity resolution simply asks for you to address the areas in our elections that enable dishonesty and theft. It doesn't get much simpler than that. Please reach back into your 10-year-old character. Stand for what's right, for justice, for kindness, for unselfishness, for truth. Don't let the decades of groupthink or fear or hate or indoctrination or politics allow you to not do what you know is the right thing to do. You can give us fair elections. This is the time to stand up and be the character that you want to be, to demonstrate the truth, honesty, wholesomeness of a person you know you want to be. Please show us that. Please.
Thank you. Please.
Next up, we have David Chamberlain, followed by Jim Bratcher, and then Janice Jones.
Mr. Chamberlain, welcome.
David Chamberlain. I'm very disappointed that the election integrity resolution has been slandered, ignored, and not put on the agenda. I also want to express objection to item number 1, 2, and 3. These items are of concern and proposed by Deanna Spicula. Temporary workers for our elections. I've volunteered to be an election observer and worker, and I haven't heard a word back from any of you or the county. But you're farming it out to temporary workers from out of state. Is that correct? Alexis? Is that correct? Okay.
Please.
Okay, I get it. It's pathetic. What are you guys thinking? Who owns you? Who's paying you? We're going to find out, and you're all going to be held accountable. Thank you, Janine, for staying strong.
Please. Please.
Jim Bratcher, followed by Janice Jones, and then Darcy Fletcher.
Welcome, Mr. Bratcher.
My name's Jim Bratcher. I'm from Washoe Valley. Jeannie Herman doesn't know me. I've met her, I've shook her hand. She's the only one up here that I believe is working for my benefit. The rest of you are a bunch of snakes. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know why you're doing it. But it's deny, deceive, and delay. You deny that there was any problem with the last election. You deny there's going to be any problem with this election. But you're farming out, the polls. I don't know why you're doing that. Why are you going to Florida? Why are you going to Vegas? Where they're the only ones that wanted to do the job. There are local people that would do that job. I get so mad that I start shaking. And my eyes start seeing red. You want to fund the 2 businesses that I just spoke about. Then you delay. You delay the election integrity resolution. Where did that go? Why do you not want to go on record of how you feel about what's going on with our elections? Where is Kitty Jung today? Or Young, or however you say her name. At least you're looking at me. At least you're looking at me. At least you're looking at me. For a lot of times you look down and you do your little notes. All these people, I don't know what it is you're doing. I don't know what it is you believe in, but I don't think that you believe in a fair election for Washoe County. That's it. I'm going to start swearing, so I'll just shut up.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Janice Jones, followed by Darcy Fletcher, and then Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Welcome, Ms. Jones.
Good morning, Janice Jones. Please make sure my comments are in public record. Well, I was going to wear red today because I was excited. I was excited to come in here and listened to the commissioners, all of you, discuss the election integrity resolution. But as you can see, I'm wearing black because I'm in mourning. Every time I come in here, I just seem to be mourning the death of our democracy. And I don't know if you will ever address election integrity or if you know what it is. The manipulation and trickery that I have seen come from this Board of Commissioners, with the exception of Ms. Herman, you're not working for the people, and I just wonder, who are you working for? You're running your own agenda. You're not doing things that take care of the people of this county. You know, back east where I come from, we would just call you all gangsters, to tell you the truth. So I would be amiss if I did not ask you to not vote for items 9, 10, and 11, and do not hire outside the county for workers when you have all of us here ready to go. But the truth is, I tend to not spend too much energy in an area that's not going to get results. I don't see anything good coming from this board anytime soon until you, Mr. Lucy, you, Mr. Hartung, Ms. Hill, and Ms. Jung are all recalled or otherwise removed from the board, and we have competent people replace you.
Thank you. Please, please.
So that's where I want my efforts to go from here on out, just so you know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Darcy Fletcher, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas, and then Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I stand here proudly wearing a pair of My Pillow slippers, inspired by our own Mike Lindell, Mr. Beatles here. I appreciate so much of what he is trying to do for a lot of us in our county. And I'm very new at this with the elections. I've been voting since I was able to, but I'm really now, I voted because I trusted the process. Lately, that trust, for whatever reason, has diminished, and that's why I stand here today looking at all of you, and I wanted to come in here with my fist in the air and give you a ration of what I thought was right to give you, but I want to speak to the good side that I know you all have. I do know you have good parts in you that want to do the right thing. I'm not sure how many of you are faithful. I don't know if that's a big deal to some of you, but we are all here for the same purpose, I believe, in wanting to do the right thing. If that has been clouded over by whatever reasons over the last however many years, I want to speak to the goodness in your hearts that you will do what's right for we the people that put you in this important place to do what's right and listen to us and bring out the good that I know you have in each and every one of you to do the right thing. Maybe you think you are doing the right thing, but we have been here. We're not going away. We want you to listen to us, and please hear our cries and get the election problems rectified, because we aren't going away. I'm standing here. I could be working. You guys are all getting paid. We're not at this moment, I don't believe. We're doing this because we know something needs to be done. So I pray for whoever you believe in. I pray that that speaks to you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Hilton
Thank you.
Thomas, followed by Janet Butcher, and then Rosemary Jones. And I do have a document to distribute to the board for Tracy. And we need the overhead, please.
If you have documents to distribute to the board, if you could get them, please come up. No, just get them ahead of time to the clerk.
Good morning. Luke 16:10 teaches us, whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. And whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much. At your last meeting, Mr. St. John presented the number of provisional ballots cast in the 2020 general election for the state and by counties. Washoe County had a big fat goose egg. Have you even bothered to inquire about that? In the interest of time, it is because Washoe County processed all its provisional ballots electronically. Now, you would have thought when the vendor of the brand-new poll books used for the first time in 2018 told them that they could not or would not update their software to process same-day registrations, that perhaps the ROV would have seen the red flag. But in all their wisdom, they instead made the choice to revert back to the legacy poll books. I know, right? Where's the outrage of the waste of all that money? They had in-house resources configure a program to process same-day registrations through the poll books, which in turn activated voter cards for these provisional voters to cast ballots on the voting kiosks. This was one of the main exercises performed in our training labs, which I helped teach. Now, I have provided you a copy with the Secretary of State's information of what the same-day registrations for Washoe County were. What was reported to Washoe County, or to the Secretary of State, was 1,394. So you can verify that information if you want with the Secretary of State. I encourage you to do so. I contacted Mr. Beatles and requested a data dump from the disk he received from the ROV of the number of registered voters for each day of the early voting and election day. He generously provided it, no questions asked. I have not collaborated with anyone on these numbers. They are strictly data from the ROV and the Secretary of State, which you can easily access yourself, and I encourage you to do so. As you can see, there is quite a difference in the number of same-day registrations reported to the Secretary of State compared to what is on the voter rolls. So, is the ROV lying to the state, or are they misrepresenting the data in their voter rolls? Either way, it is very clear that a number of provisional ballots should have never been cast. This reinforces the essential need for verifying all information on voter registration applications before they are entered into any database. Washoe County cannot afford to carelessly and mindlessly enter voter information into its databases without thoroughly vetting that information first. And when 52 U.S. Code Chapter 205 prevents the removal...
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
We have Janet Butcher up next, followed by Rosemary Jones, and then Steve Letty.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please ensure my comments are entered into the public record. I am a legal resident of Nevada in the county of Washoe. A lot of information has been presented to you. I don't understand why you cannot take the time to sit down with Mr. Beatles, go over his information. It's my understanding that none of you have yet reached out to him, with the exception, of course, Jeannie, reached out to him to sit down and go over it. Prove us wrong. It takes a little bit of time, but it's important. It's important to us, all of us, whether we are recent immigrants who have become legal citizens, or those of us who have had people in our past fight to make this country what it is. I also do not understand why we haven't been called back. I was called once for an interview. I thought it went well. My husband was called twice. I think his went well.
but we haven't been selected as poll workers. I don't understand why people have to come over from California. I saw many people last election from California. Not from the Republican side, but from the Democrat side. I'm sure we have honest people, Democrats, or do they not want to be a party to this? I would hope that they're decent in our community. As I said last couple weeks ago, everybody says there's only been one person convicted of voter fraud. Because nobody's been convicted does not mean that it isn't there. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody is around, does it still make noise?
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Rosemary Jones, followed by Steve
Please.
Letty, and then Penny Brock. Rosemary Jones.
Welcome, Ms. Jones.
My name's Rosemary Jones, and I've never done this before. I'm from South Reno. Thank you. Pardon? Oh, my name's Rosemary Jones, and I'm from South Reno, and I've never done this before. But I do know that there's an ultimate question. Maybe it's an ultimate reality that you haven't thought about. There is a judgment day, and when we come before God, He will separate the goats and the sheep. And He knows what the truth is, and so do you. You need to clear up your minds and know that God, in the ultimate reality, He knows your hearts. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Steve Letty, and then Penny Brock and Susie Howell, and I do have documents to distribute to the board from Mr. Letty.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Steve Letty, President, Field Creek Homeowners Association. You have some packets that you can review later. But briefly, the Field Creek Homeowners Association has researched extensively the records to determine to verify the Arrow Creek Parkway sound wall was a condition of approval of the Arrow Creek development and construction of the Arrow Creek Parkway. Included in the packet is reference to the documentation to the wall location, parcel number, adjacent Field Creek subdivision, including quick deed documentation to Washoe County for Arrow Creek Parkway and the sound wall, confirming the wall is on Washoe County property and owned by Washoe County when built. The wall was built by a now defunct contractor contracted to Arrow Creek Development. The wall was constructed with substandard materials used to make concrete form panels that have deteriorated to the point of complete failure. The failure has been documented for at least 15 years. Photographs are included. Washoe County has been aware and in communication about the failure for no less than 12 years with no action. Commissioner Bob Lucy has been personally emailed and notified by myself 3 times in 2020 with little to no response. Also, numerous postings on Nextdoor have referenced deteriorating wall and Commissioner Lucy. A copy of one posting is included. Mitchell Fink with the Washoe County Public Works was given detailed information on the wall in 2020 during a Field Creek board meeting promising follow-up. Numerous follow-up emails and phone calls had little progress on any resolution. The Washoe County Engineering Department was also contacted with no response. Eventually, there was no response to any correspondence to Washoe County. The wall has become a 12 to 15-year eyesore with anyone traveling Arrow Creek Parkway, a safety hazard and a community security issue for homeowners. The wall should not have failed in less than 10 years from construction. A properly constructed sound wall out of concrete should have a lifespan that exceeds 50 years. It is evident there was little to no oversight to design the concrete mixed design standards, the construction of the wall, which would have been approved, permitted, and inspected by Washoe County Building Department. The wall should not be a cost liability to homeowners who border the wall and are subject to its premature and ongoing failure, nor should it befall upon the Field Creek HOA. None of the parties had any involvement in the design, contracting, composition, inspecting, accepting upon completion, or ownership. Again, this wall was built by Arrow Creek on the condition of approval of the Arrow Creek development and the Arrow Creek Parkway by Washoe County. With this, the Field Creek Board would respectfully request Washoe County Commission review and set as an agenda item for discussion and resolution. The Field Creek HOA Board hopes that Washoe County, as a good neighbor, will finally take action needed to repair or replace this defective wall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Penny Brock, followed by Susie Howe.
Can we have the overhead, please?
My name is Penny Brock. I would like my remarks put in the record, please. I agree with what Robert Beadle said. I spent 8 hours reviewing agendas 9, 10, and 11. Especially number 10, this is so convoluted, it's hard to figure out what the money's going for. Everything keeps changing. In agenda item number 9, the funding is requested for My Next Career Path staffing out of Las Vegas and A&A Associates out of West Palm Beach, Florida. What is that about? Why aren't we hiring local temps agencies if we need them? The 2022 primaries, now this is interesting. Spicula is requesting $322,000 plus $161,000 plus fiscal year 2023, another $161,000 for a total of $644,000 for temporary agencies. On November 1st of 21, purchasing released the request for proposal, and only 2 proposals came in from the before-mentioned agencies. The RFPs were evaluated by a panel of, it says this in the staff report, subject matter experts. Please define experts. Who was the panel of experts? Why isn't the voter register using local temp businesses? Will Washoe residents be the temp workers, or will temp workers be bussed in from out of state like happened in 2020? Moving on to agenda item number 10, it had approved funding on January 24th of $667,476. But on March 8th, in this agenda, Spicula has requested a total of $1.6 million. The staff report goes on to explain this and that and who can ever figure it out. So just to bring that to your attention. On agenda item number 11, preparing and printing and mailing the sample ballots, it's going to be done by a vendor out of Atlanta, Georgia. Why? The RFP requested preparing, printing, and mailing. However, this does not include mail.
Susie Howell, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Welcome, Ms. Hall.
Good morning, I'm Susie Howell, and I'd like this to be placed on the record, please. And I first want to start off with, I too have volunteered to be poll worker and a poll watcher, and I didn't get any phone calls. And this is the second time in a row that I've applied. So why we're outsourcing anything, I have no clue. Stated within a written document received September 17, 1997 from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Legal Counsel, Office of the Deputy Assistant Attorney General, Richard Schiffen, in response to a Freedom of Information Act was the following. A fact that is frequently overlooked is that executive orders and proclamations of the president normally have no direct effect upon private persons or their property, and instead normally constitute only directives or instructions to officers or employees of the federal government. The exception in those cases in which the president is expressly authorized or required by laws enacted by the Congress to issue an executive order or proclamation dealing with the legal rights or obligations of members of the public, such as issuance of selective service regulations, establishment of boards to investigate certain labor disputes, and establishments of quotas or fees with respect to certain imports. The means of knowledge, especially where it consists of public record, is deemed in law to be knowledge of the facts. As the means of knowledge, if it appears that the individual had notice of information, of circumstances which would put him on inquiry, which, if followed, would lead to knowledge, or that the facts were presumptively with his knowledge, he will have deemed to have had actual knowledge of the facts, and may be subsequently liable for any damage or injury. You, therefore, have been given knowledge of the facts as it pertains to this conspiracy to commit a fraud against me. Shame. Shame on all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Christina Sherbrooke.
Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Good morning. May I have the overhead, please? Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Madam District Attorney, Madam Assistant Clerk, Madam Clerk. For the record, Cindy Martinez, 27-year resident of Washoe County. Please ensure my comments are entered on the public record per NRS 241.035. I attend a Constitution class every Wednesday afternoon, and from my textbook, The Making of America, The Substance and Meaning of the Constitution, page 690, quote, "Of course, governments throughout the ages have resented petitions for the simple reason that they usually itemize the sins of government and the dereliction of administration by government offices. Nevertheless, this is the safety valve by which governments survive. Unless administrators are sensitive to the grievances of the people, the hostility of rebellious forces can reach a boiling temperature. King George III learned this too late. So did Louis XVI of France. Constant communications between the government and its people is fundamental to an efficient administration. There are 5 ways to petition the government for a redress of grievances. 1, by submitting a formal petition signed by numerous supporters. We've done that before. This is probably the least effective of all the methods of petition. 2, a personal letter or telegram. Today would be an email. This is more effective than many citizens realize, although I would argue with that. 3, a personal contact. This is even more effective, especially if it is done by several people at the same time. Here we are, and we continue to come to this body. 4, a paid lobbyist. I can barely afford to put gas in the tank and food in the refrigerator. 5, public demonstration. This is very effective, providing there is no violence. Violence has a backlash effect, which creates hostile resistance. And of course, we know that our own Department of Justice has declared those of us who demand constitutional adherence and question the results of the elections and question COVID-19 response and mitigation, that we are designated threats to the government. I present to this body and to this citizenry here is that I stand on the firm foundation of the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights. I assert that this body here is in constant violation of our First Amendment rights. You have destroyed our means of petition for redress of grievances. We've brought you petitions. We've sent you emails. We've asked for you to meet and address our problems. You have done none of that. The only commissioner on this body who has responded and that I am represented is by Commissioner Herman. I have checked my emails. Chair Hartung, you have not responded to any of my emails. You are unresponsive and unfit for office.
Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Christina Sherbrooke, followed by Charles Stockford.
Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Christina Sherbrooke. I'm a naturalized citizen of this country. I worked very hard to become a citizen of this country, and I'm always going to be proud of this. When I became a citizen, I believed in my heart that my vote would count. But now I know that it does not. When will Commissioner Herman's election integrity resolution be placed on the agenda? Primary elections begin June 14th. We've seen many irregularities in the 2020 elections nationally and locally. For the first time in Nevada history, we've had all mail-in ballot voting, with unsolicited mail ballots, and with filthy voter rolls. A hackable voting machine system that connects to the internet. A no ID requirement for voters. Same-day registration and voting without the use of provisional ballots, and votes automatically accepted. We have Dirty Eric, and we have the DMV that can register individuals to vote without proof of citizenship. And we, the people, are asking for election integrity and have not been heard. So I'm asking again, when will Commissioner Jeannie Herman's resolution be placed on the agenda for review and approval? Making our elections more fair and secure is a benefit for everyone in our community. It is important to take action now before the next election. Secondly, vote no on agenda items 9, 10, and 11. Why not employ temporary election workers from Washoe County? And why not print ballots in state? Have our election voter rolls been cleaned yet? And where's proof? I would like answers to these questions, and I would like you to take steps to clean our elections, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Charles.
Thank you.
Charles Stockford, followed by George Lee.
Welcome, Mr. Stockford.
My name is Charles Stockford. I'm here to represent the people of Quartz Lane in thanking the board. This is a little lighter situation what you've been getting. Mrs. Chung and Mrs. Herman and Mr. Brown, plus the rest of the board, has been very cooperative in cleaning up the mess on Quartz Lane. And I think you need a thank you from the people up there, and that's why I'm here. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Stockford.
George Lee, followed by Weeby Crooks.
Welcome, Mr. Lee.
George Lee for the, I'm currently here in Washoe County because nobody's a resident anywhere anyway, but I am. It's easy. That should be the placard over it. Instead of this Washoe County seal, it should just say, it's easy. It's easy after this meeting to go back to your offices and take the notes that you've made and put them under consideration. But at the same time, it's easy to, realize that codifying the spending is on schedule. Because when you take these resolutions, 7, 8, 9, and you pass them, I think those are the right ones, you're just doing it on time. The systematic steamroller was really started in December when I assume you put out bids for these temp agencies. And the reason you chose them, I assume that you did it because they were the low bid. You put out bids, I hope, and because they could meet the criteria that you set forth, I assume, was that they could handle the amount of business required to handle the backroom work for these temps, which are going to be working the election. Now, I didn't see anything anywhere about your asking for certain things to be done, like to employ first and foremost people from this county, right? I didn't see anything about that. I didn't see anything about what the RFB in December had about, that you would use people from this county, or you would use, how much backroom cost there was going to be, or whatever. Because that's really what it's about. Because you're not hiring people from Florida. They're doing the back room, if I'm correct. I hope I am, because I hope they're not sending people up here from Florida to deal with this. This is the systematic steamroller. Keeps things as they are. There's a timeline that has to be followed. I understand that. And you have to allocate money for that to happen. And passing things in December, which means they can't be undone now that we finally have woken up and realized that there's something wrong and that we need to change things.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Crooks, followed by Janine Rocks. Janine Rocks. Richard Zallier. James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr. Bentham.
Good morning. James M. Bentham, for the record. I'd like my comments put in the permanent record. First of all, I want to urge everyone to vote no on items 9 through 11. We've already given evidence why you should, and then start working on making corrections that are more transparent for the people and a better use of the people's money. Also, I'm here concerning the election integrity resolution. It's not on the agenda today. I think it's appalling that it was submitted and then changed, and then because of the change, it was discredited. The original should just be brought back up, put on the agenda, and brought up for discussion. It's appalling to see delay, avoiding a confrontation with opposing sides to discuss the issues. Action needs to be taken now. One of the issues is the reliability of the machines. During the Secretary of State Zoom meetings, Mr. Vlashin was asked, well, can computers, cell phones, laptops, machines be hacked and manipulated? A person that should definitely know the answer refused to answer that question. He refused to answer whether the machines could be hacked or manipulated. That shows either a lack of knowledge or a lack of integrity. In one of our neighboring states, Arizona, Wendy Rogers writes, I'm Arizona Senator Wendy Rogers, and I don't want to see any more corruptible machines counting our votes. For hundreds of years, human beings counting paper ballots was good enough with observers. Why can't it be good enough now? And Wendy goes on to say that she's pushing many voting integrity bills. Just like Wendy, you need to be bringing up the integrity resolution that Commissioner Herman has submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Bentham. Thank you. Please.
Donald Fossum, followed by Debbie Martin.
Welcome, Mr. Fossum.
May I have the overhead, please? I have nothing for you on the overhead today. All that cool stuff I usually bring in, not today. But now that I have you looking for a vision, I'm going to give you this one. We put in a proposal for election integrity. We were in possession of that. This is going to be part of the answer to who you work for. As soon as that referendum was handed over to you, do you know who started making a lot of noise? The same people that perpetrate violence for political purpose. BLM, Antifa, and to just not name a few others, all right? So you are under the influence of them because seemingly when that referendum was handed over to you, it went up in flames just like our buildings did. That's how damn serious their actions were. And that's what got us going down this damn path and to be locked into it. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about how nervous the registrar of voters were for on behalf of the people that weren't here and got to witness it. She came up here to give you a report on our last meeting. She was trembling in her boots and stuttering in her voice. It was a shame to see that. What would cause that from a professional? Somebody who is not telling the damn truth.
Please. Please.
So I've already given you your review as county commissioners, who you're connected with. Now I want to go on to demand that they stop hiring out-of-state and Las Vegas election workers and use us. Remember when this auditorium or chambers was full and Mrs. White got up here and said, would everybody in the room who is willing to help with elections, please stand up. This place rumbled with the sound of seat bottoms going up. Every person in this room stood up. I heard that there were 300 people there that day. I don't know that that's how many chairs there were. Irrelevant. So they were all ready to go on it. And I want to demand that they print ballots locally, not in Washington or Georgia. I also demand that that you vote no on agenda items 9, 10, and 11 today and adopt our election integrity referendum.
Thank you. Please.
Debbie Martin, followed by Eugene Gerskovich.
Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Hi, I'm Debbie Martin. I want you to vote no on the agenda items 9 through 11. When are you going to schedule our resolution on election integrity, which includes paper ballots? We need voter ID signature verification, in-person voting. Vote registration stops a month before election. No illegal immigrants voting. No machines whatsoever. People need to count the votes. No out-of-state hires in our election proceeds, just Washoe County citizens. We need forensic audits. The government's job is to protect the U.S. citizens and follow the law of the land, the Constitution. This is what the president said this morning in his speech, which is par for the course. He did not tell us the truth in his speech this morning. He says there were 1,000 leases in oil. Now there are only 9,000 with many more regulations. Our oil wells will decrease even more when Russian oil imports are stopped. President Trump would have ordered to increase drilling. And this is during the Ukrainian crisis, so President Trump should have been in there saving our country. Our country is already in crisis. We need honest elections. We need a forensic audit to save our country, and you need to help us. Please schedule our resolution and no voter machines.
Thank you, ma'am.
Eugene Gerskovich,
Please.
followed by Nicholas St. John.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Eugene Gerskovich. Please enter my comments into the public record as NRS 241035. First comment is regarding volunteering for poll workers. My family, Colleen, my wife, and I, we haven't heard From then, fill the form, nothing so far. And regarding whom I am addressing my talk today, I wonder whom you represent. I have been coming for months to these meetings, and I never seen anyone supporting what you do. You don't seem to represent the people of Nevada. Now, in reference to item 14 of City Council meeting of February 22nd, it was removed from the agenda and still not in the agenda on the meeting of today. This item was presented by Commissioner Herman regarding prevention of the known prevalent voting fraud. The document was prepared following instructions provided by the District Attorney's Office and proved to be technically correct. Its removal and repeated absence from the agendas makes it highly suspect of interference by the other commissioners and making me think that they stand for voter fraud. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Welcome, Mr. St. John.
Need the overhead, please. I'll try to get through this in a reasonable amount of time. Nicholas St. John, for the record, I do want my comments entered into the record according to the NRS code. I have here a document from the Nevada Secretary of State. This is the EAV. One of the things I want to point out here is you'll see this number of same-day registered voters, 4,139, broken into two sections, one for early voting and one for election day. You will now see 4,179 who are provisional voting ballots. Also, these are absentee ballots. These are from, I think, uniform, but there was 1,535 of absentee ballots. This is a total that was counted, this is the one that was counted, 1,423. The problem with all that is, in Washoe County, there were 0 provisional ballots that were counted. The reason is because the system is so messed up that they change after they come in. They come in as a BR. When they're counted, they change to MB. MB represents 3 different things. One, everyone who got a ballot mailed to them, 307,000 were MB. And then also, when they come in, they get counted, they are what? Oh, that's right, MB. And then whenever an absentee ballot gets counted, it is a MB. There's something messed up with that when we can't track this. The other thing I want you to see on here, which Tracy Thomas pointed out, was 0 provisionals. The problem with provisionals is, this is our NRS code that tells you how you can vote as a provisional. And I want you to notice down on the bottom, final verification. Number 3, must vote by casting a provisional ballot. This is how a provisional ballot gets switched to, or it gets counted. There's a final verification that has to come from the Secretary of State. There is no way any provisional ballot could have been cast on the day of election. The last thing I have here is a study came from the CDC about how ineffective the one person who usually wears a mask here has not possibly read, because it tells them that it's basically completely ineffective with that maximum about a 2% effectiveness rate. So anyway, now after we've been standing here telling you that they were a joke, now we have the CDC with a document. This will all be submitted. They are a joke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. St. John. Would you give the clerk those documents? Would you give the clerk those for her record? Thank you. Thank you so
Catherine
much.
Snedeker, followed by Erica Mineberry.
Welcome, Ms. Snedeker.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. So you've already been told about knowledge by Susie Howell. So I'm going to continue that, and you have documentation there that I provided. Go into the third paragraph, And this is from 167 Amjur 2D Constitutional Law. But whenever the operation and effect of any general regulation is to extinguish or destroy that which by law of the land is property of any person, so far as it has an effect, is unconstitutional and void. I'm going to let you read the rest of that, and I want to end with saying that Justice Brandeis eloquently affirmed his condemnation of abuses practiced by a government official. And that would be the four of you. You're terrible. You're awful. Decency, security, and liberty alike demand that government officials shall be subjected to the same rules of conduct that are the commands of the citizen. In a government of laws, existence of the government will be imperiled if it fails to observe the law scrupulously. Our government is the potent, omnipresent teacher. Now, you've been told. You have knowledge. Experts, just because you call them an expert doesn't mean they're an expert, because the experts are us. When you abuse your authority and inflict it upon us, and you have knowledge, then you're doing it knowingly, willingly, and intentionally with premeditated forethought. And so far, you people have committed voluntary manslaughter hundreds of times because you withheld things that would help people. You put rules on people that don't apply to people. The mandate does not apply to me or anybody else in this room. And the reason is because we're not government employees. That's why I give my status every time I come up here. I am not a person, which would be a government employee. And your district attorneys have no problem at all when something is presented to us to rewrite the statute to their convenience. That's why this is also for the benefit of the district attorney.
Thank you. Please.
Erica Mineberry, followed by Hope Backman.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Erica Mineberry, and I am here today on behalf of an organization called Care in Action. We are a nonprofit organization that amplifies the voices of women of color, specifically domestic workers. As such, I am here in opposition to your upcoming voter suppression agenda. Historically speaking, it has been our Black, Brown, and Indigenous women who have been the target of voter suppression, and this agenda is no different. I would like to commend Jeannie for being willing to listen to the constituents. However, I would like to remind everyone here that the people that are testifying today are not impacted by voter suppression. Historically speaking, white Christians have been able to vote as they please throughout American history.
Please.
I would encourage the people to instead listen to those who are impacted and who are oppressed and have experienced voter suppression. The reason why there aren't that many people speaking in opposition to this is because the harassment and intimidation acts as a silencer. The people testifying today have shown that they do not know the constitutional voter process, but everyone behind the counter here does know that if this voter suppression agenda were to be passed, that it would be overturned pretty much immediately at great cost to the county. In fact, there are two people. There is a group of people that will look at this agenda and they'll be able to see that it is clearly voter suppression, it is clearly voter intimidation, it is clearly racist, it is clearly fascist. And then there are the group of people that look at this agenda and see a way to win an election. And if you fit into that second group, congratulations, you're a fascist. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Hope.
Please.
Hope Backman, followed by Wayne Gordon. Hope Backman. Wayne Gordon. Oh, here's
Wait a
Hope.
minute. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Hope Backman, natural-born woman. I'd like all my comments placed on the record today. Can I get the overhead, please?
Overhead, please.
Oh, my phone died. Well, the reason I'm coming up here to talk today is sex ed for the 4th grade. Well, my son goes to Jesse Beck Elementary School. It's supposed to be a good one, but it's not. They just lie. So they stopped having spelling for kids in the 3rd grade. And instead, they're going to have sex ed where they learn about girls have a sensitive spot called a clitoris. Yeah, and instead of regular anatomy, they have a little girl, laying down on her back with her legs spread open, spread equal, with a diagram going down each part between her legs, starting with the clitoris, which, I'm pretty sure half the men in this room still can't find. So I'm not exactly sure why my 8-year-old needs to learn about that. Can someone please give me some clarity on that? Another thing, the DMV is switching people's votes, or their voter registration over to independent. Everybody needs to check their voter registration. Again, I'm supposed to be a poll worker, and I got a phone call, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be a poll worker. I do not think that you need to hire people from South Florida to run our elections here. I lived in South Florida. You can get any license you need for $150 under the table. So I don't think that's a good idea at all. Can someone please give me some clarity on this sex ed material? Because I looked up gynecology books last night for school, and it's all anatomy. None of it is this cartoon pornography exploiting little girls' vaginas and clitorises next to my 8-year-old son that doesn't have spelling words. So even though he's learning about a clitoris, he's probably not going to learn how to spell clitoris. This is disgusting. It's child abuse. It's pornography. It's allowing people to think that child pedophilia is okay. It's teaching these kids that there's no modesty. We're going to talk about your clitoris, Lily. We're going to talk about your clitoris, Ruby. Yeah, your neighbor's a boy. We don't really care. We're going to expose your clitoris right here in the classroom. I don't agree with this. And I thought you guys worked for us, and I fired you last month and you're still here. Obviously, you just don't care. So please quit your positions and let's get someone else in here that actually does care and that's honest, because it's your choice. You did it. I'm just calling you out on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Wayne
Please.
Gordon, followed by Oscar Williams.
Mr. Gordon, welcome.
I don't think I can. My name's Wayne Gordon. I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada. I'd like to ensure my comments are made as part of the record. I'm here to talk about voter integrity. I guess that makes me a fascist, right?
Please. Please.
Some of the things that come out of people's mouths are idiotic.
Please.
I would like to know how much fraud is too much fraud when it comes to election integrity. My belief is that one vote improperly counted, improperly made, improperly counted is too many. But there are a lot of people who seem to think it's not. If there's not tens of millions of votes, it's not. I want to read the 14th Amendment to you. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. You might wonder, some of you might not understand where that comes. But any time that my vote is watered down, any time that we let people vote who aren't supposed to be, my vote is abridged. And that's just plain wrong. And so it comes back again to how much fraud is too much fraud. When we're using bulk billing and we have same-day registration without any controls, we just saw how most of them are, maybe all of them, are just counted bulk regardless. We need to have this, and we need to have it before the primary election in June. You keep pushing it off, what looks like to me is you're pushing it off, not doing your duty, so that it'll get off till general in November, and then maybe until 2024 or 2028 or whenever. And we're all being, our right as voters are being abridged. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Oscar Williams, followed by Patricia Toon. Thank you.
Oscar Williams. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, I'm Oscar Williams. It's a pleasure. My first time speaking here. Just some information. I brought to you guys the full copy of the EAV survey, which I know Mr. St. John gave us some excerpts. It's a really wonderful document. I encourage each of you to spend some time studying it. I know Ms. Spicola will be speaking here later today. Possibly from my comments, you may have some questions about the figures that I'm going to present to you. Please write those questions down and give them to Ms. Spicola when she comes in here later, okay? If you've got your document, please jump ahead to page 18. Page 18, there's 3 numbers here of great interest. I'm going to focus on the first number. Total domestic by-mail ballots transmitted, 307,044, right? If you go to the next page, it'll say total returned and counted, 130,770. That leaves 176,274 ballots that went into the trash. They're wasted. They're in the landfill now. That's a lot of money, guys. It's a lot of wasted ballots, okay? And you're giving out hundreds of thousands of dollars in these contracts to the printers when we have problems with their voter rolls and wasted ballots, and I would ask you to consider a little more common sense when it comes to spending my tax dollars. Let's go back to page 18, please. This one you're going to like. Number C1D, surrendered, spoiled, or replaced ballots. 99,179 people took their mailed ballot to a polling place and they voted in person. That number normally is a small number. 99,000 is a huge number. And what it says to me is that people overwhelmingly reject your mailed ballots. Our mail ballots. It's not you, it's the state, I know. It's easy to throw it at you guys, though. I'm sorry. But that says something. When over 99,000 people took their mail ballot and they voted in person, that makes a statement. I see it. Also, this is a weird number. Status unknown, 62,274 registered voters with status unknown. I don't even know what that is. Ms. Spicola has not responded to my query. I would like to move forward here over to page 20. Page 20, people who voted at a physical polling place on election day, 24,702. That's very interesting. If you go over to page 21, you'll see there are the number of polling locations. The number is wrong, or it's drop boxes and in-person polling locations. So there were 16 drop boxes on election day, which leaves 29 in-person polling locations, one being this location, and then 28 precinct locations, okay? So 29 polling locations times 12 hours a day is 348 man-hours of operation. Oh, dang. Okay, well, ends up being 71 persons per hour voting. We need more polling places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Toon, followed by Tim Stoffel.
Welcome, Ms. Toon.
Good morning. Patricia Toon for the record. please enter my comments. But before I get started, I would like to say of the 45 items listed out in the front of that I cannot bring in, I don't know what half of those are. I don't own them, and I don't know what I would do with them. I don't know how I would hide them in the bathroom. So when I leave here and I go use the restroom, I get scanned back in. But you all may not know that because you're not scanned. So I don't know, kind of sounds like discrimination. Rules for me, but not for thee. But I digress. So I want to talk about our relationship. It's not good. It's not a good marriage. For the last year and a half, we have asked, begged, pleaded for you to put an end to the emergency declaration. You sat with stone faces, except for Commissioner Herman, uninterested like a spouse. Strangely enough, after a year, Commissioner Lucy was able to put what we had been told was impossible to do. He was able to put the mask mandate on for a vote. Thank you. That timing was good, though. Now we are asking for election integrity to be placed on the agenda. The 3:15 meeting was canceled. Sort of sounds like a Biden basement strategy, but maybe not. It's just hard to believe that you all didn't know that Nevada was 50th in election integrity. So just to make sure, clarification, 50 is like the worst, not the best. But we're not only, there's other states with problems, and they've used the Zuckerbucks as like we have. And so now there's lawsuits. So maybe the register of voter doesn't know that. I'm not sure. Maybe not getting the news from other places. But we've been told, nothing to see here, move on, but oopsie, it looks like possibly there is something to see. So I know Robert Beadles offered to meet with you. I haven't heard how that went, so possibly you were busy scrambling to get the website up to clarify the inaccuracies in the voting problems, or busy with the CARES money, spending that stuff. So if you're too busy for election integrity, possibly you're too busy for the job. This may not be the right job for you. And just a note, according to the response to public comments on the open meeting laws, it doesn't expressly prohibit you from responding to us, but you do have the option to speak with your lawyer, which is what you do. So it kind of sounds to me like there is a divorce. It's just so sad. We could have been a great team together. We could have made a better community, better country. But you've chosen to speak with the lawyers and not address our concerns. So you have your lawyer, and we have a vote or a recall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tim Stoffel, followed by Aaron Massengale.
Welcome, Mr. Stoffel.
Hello, my name is Tim Stoffel, and I would like these comments entered onto the record. I'm going to start out by saying that, a lot of the people here are conservative Republicans and stuff like that, that are, asking for this. And, we're being accused of voter suppression. I want to point out that all of us here really believe that anybody who is legally qualified to vote can and should vote, and it doesn't matter what color their skin is or what their nationality is or any other characteristic about them. Voting is one of the greatest privileges we have in this country. We want to see that preserved. I do also want to mention that I notice every time somebody applauds here, there are specific rules in NRS about allowing or prohibiting applause. If you don't want it in this room, you need to follow NRS. And I will point out the fact that that thing is being applauded. Maybe it's an indication of the quality of the job that you're doing. So anyway, and I ask, as many other people have, why have you not listened to what Robert Beadles have to say? If he's wrong, prove him wrong. Otherwise, listen to what he has to say, and it's about time we get this really, really egregious problem corrected. Why are you stonewalling on this? This is something that could have been acted on, last week or the week before. Instead of coming up with every excuse, it's not being acted on today. I think you're just trying to wear us out so that you won't be a pain in your side. It's time that you start listening to the people here who employ you. Let's see. And one of the things that's not on the list of things that needs to be done, and I can understand this is due to a provision in state law, is voter ID. If we really, really care about elections, and I know that that the state law doesn't always get followed, with things that are going on here, why don't we choose to have the chutzpah to require voter ID, which is the number one thing everybody wants, Democratic and Republican.
It's about time this county commission stood up and did what they're supposed to do, with one exception, of course. And so, you know, I have to ask the question here. I see this wall here, the security and stuff. What are you folks afraid of? Why don't you want to act on what the people are demanding of you? You work for us, and we employ you, and we can also unemploy you. And, you know, when election time comes, that's what you tend to do on election day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please. Please.
Aaron Massengale, followed by Kenji Otto. Aaron Massengale. Okay, Kenji Otto.
Welcome, Mr. Otto.
Okay. Overhead, please.
Overhead.
And again, my name is Kenji Otto. I'm here to, you'll be getting a copy of what I'm proposing is the Washington County Register of Voters database upgrade. Basically, it's my understanding that there's one database for the voters registrar, and I'm proposing that it be split into two, an active and an inactive. It's my understanding that anybody or possibly somebody can go in and switch the switch from inactive to active, allowing people to vote irregularly or illegally. With this proposal, basically that would be almost impossible, if not impossible. And it's a fairly simple one. Wouldn't cost the county a whole lot of money, if anything at all. If the county has its own programmers, very simple to program. I've been in the computer field since the 70s, and so I know what I'm talking about here. Add a couple of fields for the inactive database and a possible third database to control those that might have gotten into the inactive database erroneously. The database for the inactive database would not allow records to be removed from it, but it would also acts as a audit trail, and also the third database. Now, the reason for this is it protects the county from any lawsuits or any anything that they might be accused of, but it's something that most, if not all, businesses and government agencies have. I know because I've written it for government agencies, and this is one of the few times I've seen a single database for something so important. On the back, you'll find the NRSs that, I'm sorry for the people in the back. So that's the proposal. On the back are the NRSs that I looked up, and the referral of those. Now, I would like to also address real quick, since I'm running out of time. I went on the recall, and I found a house, just one single street. Went up to the gentleman and asked him. There were 3 people listed on that at that house. The gentleman said there was only himself there. What you're seeing here is the assessor's information, and then here is the copy. These people did not live in the county at the time of election. However, on the election rolls, it says that they did, and that's the Washoe County database that Mr. Beatles has.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Please.
Roger Edwards, followed by Linda Shipley. Roger
Mr.
Edwards.
Please.
Sorry, can't walk, can't hear. Good afternoon, shortly. Commissioners, my name is Roger Edwards, 48-year member of this community, veteran of 2 wars, 37-year Air Force. I really have better things to do than to be here. And I brought 68 of my volunteers with me If you need people to count ballots, I've got them. Maybe 67, I'm sorry.
Please.
But this nonsense of not being able to come up with 200 people to run the polls is ridiculous. I can bring you 200 retired Air Force guys from our own Air Guard. This is nonsense. We need 300,000 to do that. You know, pay me $1 and I'll recruit 200 people in an afternoon. And I know you guys don't lack for reading, but you really need to read this survey. I mean, this is not nonsense. This comes from our own Secretary of State pointing out our own problems. Come on. But that's not why I'm up here. I'm also a 27-year resident of Golden Valley. And I was on the original 3 or 4 homeowners that put together with the county the water recharge program for Golden Valley. It's been turned off for 5 or 6 years now, and the county's still collecting our $22.66 a month fee. Now, I've stopped paying it. And if you put a lien on my house, you're not going to be happy with my response. Okay? It's been shut off. It did its job. We're good to go. Shut off the fee. You can keep the system still in place, just suspend the monthly service charge. Nothing to it, really. Can't get the county's attention. So what I've been doing is this morning at 1 o'clock, I contacted everybody in my neighborhood and told them to stop paying the bill. Now, I really don't think I need to be doing this. But as long as I'm not getting anybody listening, I'm going to have to do it. All right, come on. Be responsive. I know my commissioner is. She's every time I call, and I know the county manager is. Every time I've called him, they responded. I provided you with my signed survey, and I haven't had one response back from the county. You're not paying attention to your citizens. You guys work for us.
Thank you. Please.
Linda Shipley, followed by Bev Stenenham.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Linda Shipley, Washoe County resident for 40 years, per Registrar of Voters 2020 elections. 212,126 voters possible, 252,563 voted, plus 40,437. 2018 election, 111,716 voters possible, 188,824 voted, plus 77,108. 2016 election, 83,797 voters possible, 210,287 voted, plus 126,490 voted. 2012 election, 54,546 voters, 188,244 voted. That's plus 133,698 voted in that election. When I was 14 and living in Gardnerville, my uncle and I were sitting at the table, and he said, you know, little Linda, the most important thing we have as Americans is to vote. Americans, this is the only thing they can't take away from us. I don't know what he meant by they can't take away. Maybe the taxes were raised or something. It's not just our right, but it's our duty as Americans, our sacred duty. I remember the first time I voted. I was so excited. I was sitting on my bunk in Army basic training and was so excited I got to serve my country and vote at the same time. I filled out my requested absentee ballot and gave it to my drill sergeant. Wow! Oh my goodness. I was so excited I gave my sacred vote for the first time. I always thought everyone voted. Every American had to vote, right? It's our sacred duty. I couldn't believe it when I found out that some Americans I talked to didn't vote. I'm sure everyone knows somebody in here who doesn't vote. Why? They said, my vote doesn't count. What? Of course your vote counts. Your vote counts. It's our sacred duty as Americans. Everyone Everyone's vote counts. Please make my vote count again. Clean up the voter rolls.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Bev Stenengem?
Hi, good morning.
Welcome.
I'd like my comments to go on the record, and thank you very much, Jeannie Herman. We really appreciate you. I don't know why you took the resolution off the agenda. It was a clerical error. It needs to be put back on the agenda for discussion. We all want fair elections, don't we? I don't see any voter suppression. We have these ballots in different languages. We reach out to different communities. We need voter ID, and we need paper ballots. And we need to have a discussion. We need to have that resolution put back on the agenda. And you just stare at us when we come here and talk to you. I wish there was some mechanism that you could reply to us. Maybe send out an email or put it on your website and say, well, we heard you. Maybe you're not allowed to speak here, but there must be some way you can communicate with the community. You've got to find some way to communicate with us and let us know what you're thinking. So I also applied to be a poll worker, and I never heard back from anyone. So it's ridiculous that we're going out and asking people from out of state to help us with our elections. I urge you to vote no on agenda items 9 through 11. I'd like to make a comment about the proposed sex ed that the Washoe County School District is proposing for our fourth graders. Now, fourth graders are what, how old? 9 years old? 8, 9, 10? Have you seen the proposed curriculum? It is eye-popping. I'll just let you know that they don't call children girls or boys anymore. Girls are called a body with a vulva in this curriculum. Boys are called a body with a penis. So for the few 1% people that don't want to be called girl or boy, we are taking the words girls and boys out of our terminology, out of our schools. Is this what you want for your children, your grandchildren? Maybe so. I think it's totally wrong.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's everybody in chambers that has signed in. I do have emails from Heather Carpenter, Heather Kamami, Elise Weatherly, and Robert Abbott that will be placed on the record.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 4, and I'll tell you
Item 3.
what we're going to do.
Mr. Chairman, apparently there is one other person who
I'm sorry.
signed in.
Who?
Ma'am, what is your name?
Okay. Okay, hold on. We won't close public comment yet.
So Kimberly Clark, come on up.
I apologize. Come on up, Ms. Clark.
So unfortunately, here I am again, Kimberly Clark. I'd like my comments entered into the record. I still hate doing this. I'm still doing it. For the record, too, I am a white, black, Indian, Ukrainian, American female that finds a way to vote, and I am not a fascist.
Please.
My first problem is with agenda item number 9. Not really sure why we're going to outsource people to work the polls. I'm pretty sure everybody in this room and many more have signed up. I personally have signed up to work the polls. I've been contacted once. I haven't been contacted back to actually have the job. I'm sure there are plenty of independents, Democrats, good, honest people in Washoe County that also would like to work the polls. I think it's a local thing that we should be doing. I don't understand why we would outsource it. It's also not right to have other people from other states, other countries like maybe Russia, somewhere else, China, work our elections. It's something that we should do locally. I find it curious that the reason for having the temp help was left off of the agenda. In addition to that, regarding items number 10 and 11, I think it's fiscally irresponsible to vote on these items that don't include the cost of postage. Why aren't we using the Washoe County businesses to provide these services? Isn't it putting the cart before the horse? Shouldn't you consider the desires of your bosses, the people in this room and this county, to perform the process before spending millions on this process? And a new voting process may require different printing and different numbers. And what I'm referring to is that you put on voter integrity onto your agenda before you spend all these unnecessary fees. You don't even know, I hope, what we're going to need, because I hope you're going to look at the problems we have with voting. It's a serious problem. I don't understand. I own 2 businesses. If people came at me again and again and again and said there's a problem, I would definitely look into it. If you are truly looking into it and we just aren't aware of it, it would be nice if you let us all know that you're looking into it and what your results are. We have looked into it. We have found atrocities like vacant lots that were supposed to have 250 apartment buildings, unit apartment buildings on it voting. They don't exist. This is in our voter rolls, you guys. This is the truth. This isn't a lie. It's not made up. It's not fascist. I do wonder if you have in the budget for our future comrades of how to learn how to march with their legs and arms straight out.
Thank you.
Susan Hansen.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioners, I thank you for your attention, and I would like my comments put in the public record, please. So in 1958, my parents, Arthur and Jean Skellett, emigrated to America. I was a little girl. 50 years later, I became a U.S. citizen for one reason, and you know what that is. Please tell me where Commissioner Herman's election integrity resolution is. It's being fiddled with in the back. Instead, you want to spend money on out-of-town temporary workers. Most of the people here would like to do that, and especially 2 weeks ago when the room was full. My husband he signed up for it. He has been called and answered questions, but he's heard nothing since then. And the money on the mail-in ballots, they lead to problems because I heard that in the last election, over 1,000 people voted from one address. And that address was an empty lot. So, therefore, I urge you to vote no on items 9, 10, 11, please. I don't understand how 1,000 people can vote from an empty lot. It's not right. It's wrong. And I did put my notes together 2 days ago, okay? The concept of voter suppression is being bounced around across the United States, but it's my one vote that's being suppressed. So, I would ask that when you vote, you remember my name, Susan, and my one vote, okay? And may the Lord bless you and direct you to vote the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Mark Colosino, followed by Bill Neal.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'll speak slow so you can follow along. Today and at the last meeting, I listened to a bunch of angry white voters. Voters whose fear and bigotry was on full display. They put forth unsupported accusation as to the integrity of our voters and voting system. Lies and misdirections. I have no problem outlining their actions. They are based on bigotry, racism, and white privilege. They fear that their white status and privilege will be diminished. They wish to codify their biases and bigotry into law. Let me repeat that. They wish to codify their biases and bigotry into law. The last thing they want is fair and equal elections. Elections that have an equal ability to cast a vote. They wish not just that their vote be counted, but that only their vote be counted. They wish to rig future elections in their favor. In 2022, there is a movement to drag us back to the past. This movement fully understands the purpose of their proposals. Because as a country, we have moved beyond outright racism and bigotry, they wish to do an end run around our equality laws. They cannot openly take us back to a 1922 Jim Crow era, so they propose workarounds. They would like a 2022 Jim Crow era. That they have come into the public forum and presented unproven accusation, false facts, innuendos, and questionable anecdotes brings shame on themselves and our community. That there is a board member that wishes to codify biases into law is a bigger shame to our community. There are times in our lives where we need to reflect on our actions. Have we done what we could to move forward the American promise of equality for all, or do we sit by the sidelines and watch as our Constitution gets trampled upon?
Please.
Did we fight for America and what she stands for, or did we fight solely for personal privilege? There are many who will bristle and whine at being called out as a bigot. But here's the test. If you walk like a duck and quack like a duck, then you're a bigot. I would say a few words in a language they will understand. Quack, 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 quack.
Please.
I would ask that the members.
Please.
I would ask that
Please.
the members stand strong against these goofy ducks that infest our democracy and expose them for the quacks that they are. Thank you, sir.
Please.
Thank you.
No clapping, please. Please. Please.
Bill Neal.
Welcome, Mr. Neal.
Well, I always get away from this microphone at some point. I wasn't going to come down this morning because, well, cynicism, disgust, disappointment. Miss Herman, I don't know if it's Miss, Mrs., or whatever, so I'll just call you Jeannie Herman, if that's all right. Please excuse yourself for any comments I have. I didn't want to come down because I didn't want to spew out a bunch of ad hominem invectives, personal assaults, because that's what I was feeling. I've never seen such a bunch of gullible and gutless human beings in my life. But I asked myself, are they uninformed? Are they unintelligent? Surely they can't be unintelligent. Now I question that, by the way. I don't see how you can even think about this 9, 10, and 11 nonsense. There's nothing for me to add. Beatles covered this like it's in your face, but yet you're going to dodge him, and I don't get it. I mean, you're not acting like men, you two. You're not acting like an adult. Sit down with the man, talk about it. It's in facts and figures. You've got to lie, cheat, and steal. You've got to take something that had gone through legal, that was pristine, misinterpret it, change the words, falsify it, and then tie it up in parliamentary and legalistic mumbo jumbo and shenanigans. It's ridiculous. I can't follow a quack like that, but I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot of us people out here that know what's going on, and you know what's going on, and that's what's so disgusting. Anybody with an IQ that exceeds their shoe size knows that the last election was stolen. You may have benefited, but you know what? If you benefited from it, it doesn't make it right. The people that think that it doesn't matter, like who was Harry Reid. Oh, we won the election, didn't we? When he was called out for lying about Romney, scumbag, taxes. But we won the election, didn't we? So you won by cheating. How does that make you feel? I'm going to tell you, you have a couple of things to think about. One, patriotism is more than just loving this country. Somebody that can't stand the country can love it for what they took out of it, how they benefited. But you know what? A patriot isn't judged by what he takes out, it's what he puts back. It's what he fights for. You guys are takers. You're not patriots. And you know what? I don't want to hear another one of these little tirades about, I'm offended about my patriotism being challenged, because I don't think you're patriots. And I don't care what you want to say about how offended you are. You do not have a constitutional right to not be offended. I'm offended. I'm offended that people like you rose to the positions you did, allegedly, to represent me. What a joke.
Thank you, sir. Please.
There was an email submitted by Carol Feinberg, and
Okay.
I believe that's everybody.
Okay, we've got a few more things to take care of. We are going to take a break here in just a few minutes, but I want to get through some of this stuff. So, Mr. Manager, would you take us to item number 4, please?
Item number 4 is commissions and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Okay, Mr. Manager, do you have any such items?
I do, Mr. Chair. I'd like to report that as far as Commissioner Herman's resolution, it is our intent to bring that forward at our next BCC meeting, which will be held on the 22nd.
Thank you.
The chair and the vice chair asked for a legal, financial, and operational review of the items on the resolution. That is underway. We were not able to complete that in time for posting for this week's agenda. So for those of you wondering where is it and when will it come forward, our plan is to have it come forward on the 22nd. Number 2, I would point out that item number 9 on the agenda is actually the ability to hire the temp firms that, for those of you who are waiting for callbacks, will employ you to be able to work the polls. We use temporary agencies to do that because these are temporary jobs. These are not permanent county jobs. This is the more fiscally responsible way to conduct these operations. So item number 9 is the item to hire the 2 temp firms that will employ our poll workers. We do not hire workers outside the state of Nevada. Vast majority of our poll workers are Washoe County residents. Occasionally somebody from Douglas County or Lyon County may come to us, but we do not hire Californians or folks from Utah or Idaho or other states. And I'm sure the registrar of voters will have more updates later, but I thought I would clarify those items, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Vice Chair Hill, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to let the West Truckee Meadows, Verdi Township cab members know that our next meeting will be on March 21st at 5:30 p.m. at the newly renovated Northwest Library, and I'm really excited about the meeting, and I think we'll also have a Zoom option for folks who cannot come in person. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting out there, I think. I want to thank everyone that's here that spoke today. In America, we're allowed our voice, and we are allowed our vote. So I believe in what you've said, and I have listened very, very carefully. And I'm glad to hear that some form of a resolution will be back on our agenda in 2 weeks. I have a couple of other items. I would like to see whoever's responsible, I believe it's engineering or something like that, that set up the original Golden Valley recharge, and have them look into this, and people shouldn't have to be paying for something that they aren't getting. Services, I pay for a service, you pay for services, but when it's been done, and I know that Mr. Roger has been here many times and mentioned this, and nothing's been done yet. So I appreciate if we could get some action on that, and that $26 a month is a lot of money. So To me, it is anyhow. So I just wanted to make a statement. I have asked for a forensic audit of our past election because there have been a lot of asks for that. I mean, a lot of people have been concerned about that. So, Job Corps is now taking young people that need to learn a trade, and they will, there's a new lady that's taken over Job Corps, and her name is Leslie Mix, and I'm going to give you her phone number so that, and you can call me anytime and get it from me if you'd like. But her number is 771-9500. And this has been closed down or reduced in action for the years of COVID. So we're back in action on that, and it's all good. We can get a lot more kids trained for jobs that they can do that maybe were dropouts from school and weren't too impressed with what they were learning there, and they just got kind of sidetracked. It's time for those kids to sign up because they've got lots of room out there. So I think I'm glad for the explanation from our county manager about number 9. I just like to see everything happen in our own state. We've got people that are unemployed and companies that are having a hard time. So I'm glad to hear that number 9 is necessary and for the reasons he gave. And I think that's just about all I have to say besides thank you much again for all your voice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lucy, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. I wanted to ask Mr. Manager, Mr. Letty, who spoke during public comment this morning in regards to the Arrow Creek sound wall failure. I did forward this on to staff a while back, and if I can get staff to bring me back an update or where we are with this or some of those, that would be I would appreciate that. And that's all my requests for this morning. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll finish up. Mr. Edwards, I actually did ask our staff. Apparently, they're conducting some public meetings as per the agreement with the original. I'm just telling you what they told me. Looking forward to it. I agree. If we've shut the program off, then we should not be collecting the fee. I'm in total support of that. So I have asked the staff to look into it, and hopefully, Mr. Manager, we can have Mr. Solero bring back an item in the not too distant future that will explain what that process is, maybe give a little bit of history of the Golden Valley groundwater recharge program, that 75 acre feet, and just how it will be either completely stopped or paused. Okay? One last thing, we're still, we're working, I know that NDOT's going to pull the trigger on the advanced signal warning systems on Pyramid Highway. I have been in contact with NDOT. We're hopeful that we can try to get them to pause this and give us a better explanation, because the data does not seem to indicate that those advanced signal warning systems are of any harm to the community. In fact, quite the opposite. So I'm still working on that, and hopefully we can get them to pause. Commissioners, anyone else? Okay, all right. Mr. Manager, that takes us to item number 5, our consent agenda.
And Mr. Chair, we will need to pull item 5C1 from the consent agenda. Other than that, there are no other changes.
Hold on just a second. Let me understand what 5C1 is. Would you give me an explanation?
It's budget amendments for the health district.
Okay.
And there was a correction that needs to be made. It'll be brought back at the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, we've got, I'm going to mention just a couple of things. Let me do this, and then Commissioner Hill, I'm going to turn it over to you for, I'll do 5 F1, F2, and F3, and then you can do 5 F4 on down.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Let's see, so 5F1, Commissioner Hill, I want to thank you for your $1,000 donation to Nevada Interfaith Association, supporting the Martin Luther King celebration. 5F2, again, thank you for Our Story, which is the Black Springs Fire Department, which we attended. That was a wonderful, wonderful program. That's a great facility. It's a very nice museum. And then 5F3, the $15,100 to the Tahoe Transportation District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to announce the other donations given by commissioners. Commissioner Lucy, thank you for your support of the Washoe County Roads Fund for 2 cattle guard or horse guard pieces of equipment of $34,752. Item F or 5F5, Commissioner Lucy, I'll just list them down. Number 1 is Awaken, $5,700 for eradication of commercial sex exploitation. Item 2, Mustang Wrestling Club, $5,700, support of area youth and discipline, self-confidence, inner strength, and overall obstacles. Item 3, Boy Scouts of America, $5,700, preparation of young people to make ethical and moral choices. Item 4, Forever 14, $5,700, prevention of teen suicide through self-confidence and resiliency. Item 5, Adopted Vet Dental Program, $5,700, free critical care to veterans. Item 6, Nevada Department of Veterans Services, $5,748, supportive housing assistance. Number 7, Eddie House, $10,000 for transitional housing to homeless at-risk youth. Item 8, the Greater Reno Community Ice Skating Association, $10,000 for youth interest in ice sports that experience a financial hardship. Item 9, Washoe County Human Services Agency, $500 for a photo booth for the Family Engagement Center. Item 10, Friends of Washoe County Library, $5,700 to improve the library as a destination for the entire family to experience from youth to senior. Thank you for those donations, Commissioner Lucy. And then I'd like to thank Commissioner Herman. Item 5F6, 24 for a total of $24,780 for Awaken, $14,780 for eradication of commercial sex exploitation. And item 2, Salvation Army for $10,000 for supporting the Human Trafficking Survivor Program. Thank you, Commissioner Herman, for those donations.
And I think we have someone from Awaken here, do we not? Want to come up for just a moment? Welcome. Please identify yourselves, ladies.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jessica Cisneros, Program Director from Awaken.
Is the mic on?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
It's off in the back. There you go.
Oh,
we got it now.
Apologize.
Sorry, Jessica. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Sorry about that. Jessica Cisneros, Program Director from Awaken, for the record.
Jen Robinson, Co-Founder and Youth Intervention Director. And thank you guys again for your generous support. You have a really hard job, and we really appreciate just your involvement and not just actually wanting to pass it off, but really actually invest in our community and the women and children that we serve. So thank you.
And just to add, this is our 3rd time in the last 3 months, and I think not only the monetary donations that are coming our way, but for allowing us just to spread awareness. And I think every time we're here and I hope one new person listens into the meetings and they understand that this is a really big deal in our community. So we just really appreciate the opportunity, not just for your donations, but for the ability to spread awareness. So thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so, and one other thing I wanted to mention is that both Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Lucy, because it is an election year, had to deplete their funds. That's the NRS. Madam Madam Attorney, Ms. Canderas, would you explain the reason why Commissioners Lucy and Herman had to do that?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair? As part of the discretionary funds that all the commissioners get, they are allowed to give to certain projects. But on an election year, of course, we don't want the appearance of any impropriety or favoritism. So I believe it's at the end of the fiscal year that all the, I could be wrong on that exact date,
Yes.
but all the monies have to be expended.
That's
so
correct.
That's why you see such a large amount, and thank you, commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to do a motion.
Hold on just a
Okay.
second. We have Commissioner Herman signed in, and then I'll accept a motion.
Okay, thank you very much. I know in item 5B1, I was just curious if on this flood insurance, changing the recertification, does that lessen the protection that it says that it may be, it's a reduction in insurance premiums, but is it also a reduction in the protection that the flooded areas, flood zones would have to do? I just wondered.
Mr. Smith, I see him approaching.
I'm sorry,
Welcome,
for
Mr.
the
Smith.
record, I just ran down here. Give me just a second. For the record, Wayne Smith, Director of Engineering. Can you ask your question one last time? I didn't catch it.
It's on item 5B1.
The red light, I got it. Thank you. So in this reduction in costs for the flood insurance, is there also a reduction in the protection? I mean, it just kind of was a kind of red flag for me. So wondering that I don't want to see a reduction in service there or insurance, so.
Through the chair to the commissioner, again, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering Capital Projects, every year we bring forward the recertification for the CRS program, the Community Rating System program. This is a FEMA program that Washoe County participates in. Through this program, we incorporate educational information, database on elevation certificates, the variety of things that we do to help educate and protect our community. The philosophy is through that education that we can then arm our citizens to make the best decisions that they make about their protection of their private properties, and it also helps us make good decisions about flood protection projects. And as such, the FEMA, recognizing that, lowers the annual insurance cost for those residents that are located within FEMA floodplains. So there is no reduction in protection. As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. It really does help educate and provide guidance for our residents. And the big benefit, of course, is helping reduce those flood insurance policies. And this is a program that we've been doing for approximately 15, 20 years. And there has been significant cost savings that individual homeowners that are paying flood insurance have recognized through that. Now, sometimes people will ask, where do I see that? How do I know that I'm getting that? That's through their individual insurance companies. I would offer out that if anybody does have a question on that, they're more than welcome to contact the engineering division. We can help make sure that their insurance company recognizes the CRS program, the good work that Washoe County staff is doing, and the subsequent reduction in their insurance policy. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions on the consent agenda? Okay. Before we entertain a motion, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on the consent agenda, item number 5?
There's nobody signed in.
Okay. All right. I will close public comment, bring it back to the board, and entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion for approval of the consent agenda, but with pulling item 5C1.
Great.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Lucy. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes. Okay, that takes us now to item number 6, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put us into recess right now. Let's, Commissioners, when would you like to come back?
12:30 or 12:45?
I don't think that'll be enough, that'll be enough time.
12:45.
How about,
1?
is 12:45 enough time?
12:45 is enough time.
Okay, we have, all right. Then we will return at 12:45. We're in recess. Are we ready in the back? And Madam Clerk, we're ready? Okay. Very good. All right, I'm going to bring us back to order. And that takes us now, Mr. Manager, actually, Commissioner Vice Chair, do you have a suggested block vote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. I would like to suggest that we block items 6, 7, and 8. And I just want to point out item 7, I really appreciate the staff working at the Human Services Agency with our county manager on this grant to child care providers. This is going to help with training and technical assistance to support child care providers and allow them to buy supplies and really help with their capacities, because we're about at 45% of our needed capacity for child care providers in our county. So I just wanted to point out that item. But yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to suggest items 6, 7, and 8 in block.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Okay. I have a motion by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Lucy. Mr. Manager, would you read these in before I call public comment?
Excuse me, yes. Item 6 is a recommendation to approve budget amendment totaling an increase of $155,535 with the $16,434,040 county match in both revenue and expense to the FY22 Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Assistant Secretary of Preparedness Response, excuse me, Public Health Preparedness Carryover Program Grant Subaward retroactive to July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the appropriate budget amendments. Item number 7 is a recommendation to accept a subaward amendment number 1 from the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, Child Care Licensing in the amount of $590,395 with no county match. Retroactive to July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, to approve child care licensing and monitoring within Washoe County, as well as providing training, technical assistance, and support provider quality capacity, excuse me, and assist with pandemic-related supplies, and authorize the Director of Human Services Agency to retroactively execute the subaward and related documents, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 8 is a recommendation to approve amendment to contract with Allied Universal Security, Inc., Armed and Unarmed Professional Security Services, retroactive to January 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2022. Estimated expenditures are anticipated at $1,755,406. If approved, authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Before we move on, tell me, why we're doing that and not using the SO.
For,
The item number 8, excuse me, for the security services. Why would we use an outside security services? Is there a savings for the county?
yes, they typically are paid at a lower level than our Washoe County Sheriff's deputies.
Okay. And that's for the entire county complex?
Yes.
Mr.
And the shelter and our place, it's not just the
Oh,
Ninth
right.
Street
Okay.
complex.
Good.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We utilize Allied throughout the county, not only at the facilities that the manager pointed out, but also at 75 Court Street, 1 South Sierra, at our Center Street, which is our Human Services building. All of the facilities utilize Allied. And to your point, one of the reasons we do not utilize SOs when we use a third-party vendor is because also the PERS and a number of the retirements that come along with the SO benefits. So it makes for a very much more cost-efficient contract to do it that way with a third-party vendor than utilize our SOs for that type of service.
Understood. Okay, just wanted to get that on the record. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on either item 6, 7, or 8 as a block?
There's nobody signed in.
Okay, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Vice Chair Hill, a second by Commissioner Lucy. Is there any other discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes. Okay. Mr. Manager and Madam Counsel, can we open, because I mean, these are all essentially related, but still take a vote on them individually. Can we open items 9, 10, and 11? Because I think that they all kind of relate to one another.
Yes, you can, and you're going to vote individually
We'll
on
vote
them?
it- We'll
Yes.
we'll take a separate motion on each one, but I'd like to open them all, because again, I think they all have, they lend to each other. Okay, all right. Mr. Manager, would you take us into those 3 items?
Item 9 is a recommendation to award request for proposal number 3162-22 for the Registrar of Voters temporary employment services for the 2022 elections to 2 responsive and responsible bidders, My Next Career Past Staffing, LLC, and A&A Associates in a total amount not to exceed $322,000, $161,000 for the FY22 primary election, and $161,000 for the FY23 general election, and if approved, authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the contract. Item number 10 is a recommendation to award request for proposal number 3165-22 for mail-in ballot on-demand printing and mailing services for the 2022 primary and general elections to the most responsive and responsible bidder, which is K&H Integrated Print Solutions, in an amount not to exceed $800,000 total, $400,000 for the FY22 primary election and $400,000 for the FY23 general election. And if approved, authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the contract. Item number 11 is a recommendation to revise the February 8th, 2022 award of request for proposal number 3166-22 for sample ballot mailing services for the 2022 elections to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Metro Mailing Service, Inc., to change the amount from $500,000 to not to exceed $150,000.
Okay, all right. Ms. Spicula, will you take us into these items?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. It's good to see you guys again today. Let's see, so our first item would be our temporary services contract. We do contract with certain agencies. We put a request for proposal out, and these were the only 2 agencies that did respond to that RFP. We do have other temporary agencies that we do use that are local, but they have a cap of how much we can spend with them because we do not have a contract with them. So we have to be kind of careful with those agencies, which is why we're always trying to find more resources to hire people for our office. The next one is, I believe, I didn't bring my cheat sheet with me. Number 10 was award for the mail-in ballots for K&H. So again, another vendor that we've been doing business with since at least 2006. They print and prepare our mail-in ballots and mail them for us. And then the next one is the
Sample ballots.
the sample ballot services,
Right,
yes. So this is only for part of the sample of ballot services. The other part will be the actual, where they take the booklets and they stitch them together, and then that is where they will address and mail them. So that will be coming to you guys probably within the next month for that portion of it. This is straight just printing and getting it prepped for mailing.
Sample ballots only, though.
Yes, sample ballots
it's
only.
It just gives people direction.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll start this. Item number 9, temporary employment services. Weren't we able to find any local agencies to do this work for us?
We do have some that we do work with. We work with Manpower, Spherion, I want to say Adecco. So there are other agencies that we can use. We just have to be careful not to exceed a certain amount because then we'll be in violation of purchasing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Lucy, I've got you signed in next.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to get some. Ms. Bickiel, can I get, have we utilized either Next Path Career before or AA Associates before, or is this a first-time contract with these?
We've used my Next Career Path before. The other agency is a new one to us. We actually have not received any temporary employees from that agency. So far, we have used my Next Career Path.
Split the RFP between the two respondents. Can you explain that to me?
Actually, I have to get back to you on that because I don't know exactly how to answer that, other than just making
Well, are
sure
they
that we
serving
have it.
different? Are they serving different purposes? Because A&A talks about a temporary service and an explanation to ask in their cost proposal. It does not specifically discuss. It says it's included on attachment B, but it doesn't. It's not in my packet. But what is in my packet is the Next Career Path that outlines very much exactly what the individuals will be doing for the from whether they're a mail-in ballot clerk or an election worker assistant, equipment supply, general office clerical. I just was wondering what the separation for each contract was and why we were awarding one versus the other or both together.
So the one that you're talking about, the packet, both companies got that. So they both had the information for the types of positions that we're filling, what the work is for those positions. So they both responded to the same RFP, the same information. Splitting it, again, we never know before we get into an election how many people we're going to hire and which agencies will actually be able to provide people to us to work in our office. So that was why we just split it. That way we had some resources available otherwise. And again,
The way I'm understanding it is that you're allowing for both agencies to recruit on our behalf for individuals for the election to provide. And as those individuals are recruited, we will pay upon that usage of those individuals, whether they came from A&A or from my career path.
That is correct.
Okay, that is all I'm looking for. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So I also have another question on item number 9. It's been suggested that we would potentially use outside labor, outside of the state of Nevada. Explain that to me, please.
We do not. They have to be a registered voter in order for them to work in our office. So it has to be somebody who actually lives in the state. Of course, we have to have somebody who's actually living here to actually work physically in our office. So we could not hire somebody who was from out of state unless they moved here and became a resident here.
Okay. So not just Washoe County, it can be anywhere in the state?
Anywhere in the state.
Why? Is that per NRS?
It is in statute. I have to find that for you, but I don't have the reference on hand, but I can find it for you.
Okay. But it is in statute. Okay. Madam, you're looking at me, Madam Counselor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, yes, that is required by statute, and I also wanted to point out that requests for proposal are awarded by our purchasing department, so they're the ones that send out the proposal and look at all of the qualifications. So, and that's a process that's also created by statute and has very specific requirements.
Okay, very good. Okay. I have some questions on number 10. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? I don't have anybody else signed in. Okay, so item number 10 is the mail-in ballots, an on-demand printing services. So talk to me about K&H Integrated Print Solutions. Is this a company that we have used in the past?
Yes, we've been using them since at least 2006. I think it goes back to 2004. They've been our print and mail vendor for our ballots since then.
Okay. So it's not a new company?
No, it's not.
Why don't we use somebody local?
Again, we put the RFP out, and only 2 bidders actually bid on this item. One was out of Arizona, and the other one was K&H. We went with the company that we know and we trust. We definitely like their product, and we know that they're going to do a good job for us. So, of course, we went with having that reassurance of an already built relationship in the company that we already know.
Explain the chain of custody to me.
As far as from
the paper to getting the ballots.
So they have a plant, of course, they package and print, package and mail those out there. And this company is out of Washington. They do all that work up there, and then they actually truck the ballots down. I get a file with all the voter ID numbers and all the information about when that ballot was packaged and when it's going to be mailed. And then they truck that down, and they actually drop them now here at our local post office. And at that point, they're in the postal system. From there, it goes to the voter, and then, of course, the voter can either vote that ballot and send it back through the mail. They can vote that ballot and drop it off at a polling location that has a drop box, or they can choose to vote in person. And yes, there is still the option, people can opt out of receiving a ballot automatically now.
And all of those things are in statute?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions, Commissioners. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, I'm going to call, I'm sorry, Commissioner Herman. I'm sorry, I didn't see you sign in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've noticed that in January, we approved the funds, we approved the use of the fiscal year 2022 general fund contingency for $1,000,006. And then $557,000 is going to be sent over towards printing and postage. And so does that there's not enough for printing and postage there to reduce that amount that we have on the other items?
There wasn't in our original budget, so my original line item there was not enough money in that printing budget to actually pay for the now legislated ballots that we have to send out. So that's why we went and asked for that extra funding to be able to make sure that we can print and mail ballots to all active registered voters per NRS.
Okay, because it seems like maybe that it's kind of gets foggy in between some of these where you're transferring it to a different use from what it was intended. And that's all. I was just looking at that and noticing it. And okay, well, that was regarding mostly item 10, so.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner?
Gene?
Okay. All right, Commissioner Lucy, I have you signed in.
Yes,
Madam
thank
Vice
you.
Chair, I'm going to let you take over for a moment. I have to attend to a personal matter.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Spicula, I do have a quick question in regards to the mail-in ballots and the printing of those ballots and the postage. I believe in the last election cycle, the state did contribute through grant funding funds for those costs that are attributed to that. Are we seeing funds like that again from the state?
We most likely will see funds like that again. They are going to be allocating some funding to us. for this election. I know I have an email that I haven't read yet from them, basically outlining how much we're going to get for each county in the state. So as soon as I have that information, I can definitely forward it on to you, because that's something that's really helpful, and glad to see that they're helping us.
Yeah, I know it was
achieve the
augmented
cost.
in the state budget this last session. I just wanted to know how much of that we're going to be receiving and at what time we'll be receiving that at. So if you can get back to me with that information, that would be fantastic.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, any other commissioner questions or comments? I see none. I'm going to hand it over to the clerk. Do we have any public comment on these items?
We have several we'll start with item 9. First up, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Are we expected to combine all 3 items in 3 minutes, or are there 3 different
They're, I have a question for the district attorney. Per the chairman's request, we were covering all 3 items together. Do we need to take public comment on each one?
Madam Vice Chair, it notes on the beginning of our agenda that items may be combined. If they're voted on as a block vote, then they should be 1 3-minute comment. If we're going to vote on them independently, then they should be addressed independently.
And it sounds like your guidance is that we are to vote on these independently.
Well, I think the chair indicated that he wanted to vote, so I would give public comment on each item.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, with that direction, we'll look at public comment for item number 9.
Item number 9, we have Robert Beatles at first, and then Tracy Hilton Thomas next.
Thank you. So I guess just to start with Spicula, when she got up here and said that she sent out RFPs to printing companies, how many of those actually went out to local companies? Because I use several that can all do this job, and none of them knew about this. So how come and maybe I'm speaking to the wrong point right now. So let me back up and just go to, I guess, the temporary workers. All right, again, there are several companies here in town that can do this job. They can hire these temporary workers. We're told by Eric Brown, who was nice enough to tell us earlier, that he said the people would be vetted by these companies. Well, if you look at the EAV that Spicula sent to the Secretary of State, you'll see that in 2020, she said she used 886 temporary volunteers. Then if you look at the statement of information that I have filed with her, she says that they had about 2,000 applicants, of which I have over 1,000 affidavits of people that said that they weren't able to work the elections. She tells the EAV that it was very difficult to find local help. So who is she lying to? Is she lying to us, or is she lying to the Secretary of State? Because we have plenty of people, just like we have plenty of people here that'll do this job, and we have plenty of local companies that can easily vet local people to work our local elections. It makes absolutely zero sense to be using firms out of Florida or firms out of Vegas, or even using people out of Vegas like we did in our last election, which she admitted to me. I don't know if she will hear, because she says one thing in front of the public and then she says another thing to us via email. So it's very concerning, especially when you look at the way that they vet these people. These are profiles. They profile these people. They have to fit within this box of types of people that they want to work the election, that actually work, that count our ballots, that work in the Register of Voters' own office. And these people, in many cases, come from Las Vegas and elsewhere. So again, why aren't we utilizing our own people, especially when we have thousands of people who would do this for free? And then when you look at the numbers that she's projecting for all of this temporary staff, I have hundreds of employees. I know how much it costs to run a business. I know how much it costs to pay people. And I can tell you right now, there is severe bloat in this, especially when you could have all this labor force for free. So again, we need to be utilizing local people and local firms. It makes no sense to be using firms out of Florida or firms out of Las Vegas when we have all the resources and utilities we need, plus the manpower for free right here. This bloat, all this stuff that they're talking about right now, if you just go simply to Jeannie's resolution, we're talking about an election process that could literally cost this county around $300,000 to $400,000. Look at the just bloat in all of this stuff. And if you guys actually clean the voter rolls, which I can prove, I've got a list of 60,000 names just that we can, give to be contested. you would have half your so-called voters gone, and there'd be so much savings right there. But I'll discuss that on 10 and 11.
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Penny Brock.
Proverbs 13:20 teaches us, whoever walks with the wise becomes wise, but the companion of fools will suffer harm. The staff report claims that this proposal was evaluated by a panel of subject matter experts. Since opinions are subjective in manner, I ask based on whose opinion this panel of qualified as experts. Perhaps the qualification is that they do not pose any objection or question anything the ROV does. I question how the panel of this county is going to trust a company with the details of our elections when they can't bother with the details in their own proposals. Now, it would have been helpful to have had the RFP for this item attached to the agenda, but I'm willing to bet there was no mention of needing any assistance with swimming pools or long metal poles. On page 21 and 22 of the My Next Career Path staffing document, under item 5, our elections do not utilize poll workers to help voters with polls. We employ poll workers to assist voters at polling locations. And then on page 33, they claim that Courtney Peacock counted ballots for the 2021 U.S. election. U.S. did not have an election in 2021. However, the primary disqualifying portion of this proposal is that every employee they are offering resides in Las Vegas. Washoe County residents are entitled to first option in these positions. We do not need to solicit workers from outside our community. We have plenty of residents in need of work in our neighborhoods. Why isn't the ROV inquiring with Nevada Job Connect or internships through UNR and TMCC? How tone deaf can you really be in light of the process improvements submitted just 2 weeks ago? The staff report also states that an above base request has been submitted for the remailing. Remailing of what? And to who? Where are all those that were so concerned with the cost of the resolution now? Why isn't RGG questioning this above base request? I ask you that you do not approve this request when there are other resources the ROV and its experts have neglected to analyze.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Penny Brock, for the record, I'd like my remarks entered in the record per NRS. Thank you. Overhead, please. I hope you don't start my comment time till the overhead is ready. Thank you. So back to number 9 that I brought to you this morning.
Hold on. Would you reset the clock, Madam Clerk? Go ahead.
First of all, County Commissioners, I would ask, why can't you reset the contract right now? You're in charge. I was the president of the second largest HOA in Washoe County. I know the power that a board has. The contracts are signed or should be signed by the board. Thank you. Secondly, getting back to number 9, the temporary agencies. I looked at A&A, temporary, whatever they are, out of West Palm Beach. It's a very sketchy website. Number 2, it's in Florida. It did not show they had, an agency in Sacramento or Vegas or even Salt Lake City. So how can a West Palm Beach company hire someone to work in Reno, Nevada? This just does not make sense to me. The other question is, how many RFPs were sent out? How many RFPs went to the Reno temp agencies? This is very strange to me. How did they find A&A in West Palm Beach? Vegas, I understand, but this West Palm Beach is a real mystery to me. Let's see. So I guess that's it on this. I'll be back on number 10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Roger Edwards.
Welcome back, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you. Cindy Martinez again for the record, and please ensure my comments are entered into the record for NRS 241.035. I'm disappointed in Ms. Spicula's performance here as a public servant and as a taxpayer. I watched aghast as each of you asked very good questions. She didn't know. She didn't have a cheat sheet. She's unprepared. So I went to my place of information to see, well, how much are we paying these people? So Ms. Spicula, according to Transparent Nevada in Washoe County 2020, regular pay was $123,500. Total pay and benefits, $172,745. 2019, $115,736. 2018, $106,466. That's just base salary. I think that's when she was appointed, because in 2016 she was drawing $68,000. So I would respectfully submit to you that she's overpaid and I'm being gypped. The other point I would say about how can a professional come up here and make such an unprofessional presentation? Inaccurate, incomplete, lacking in detail.
Please, go ahead.
It's unfortunate, and I would respectfully ask that that be addressed in a performance review. I, as a taxpayer, she works for us. The other thing I'm concerned about, which I did not realize, in 2020 I applied to be a poll worker, and I was actively involved with the Trump campaign, and I could not take time from the campaign, and I was asked to be a manager based on my own experience. I was unable to participate for that reason. So I received the survey, I answered it, and I was assured that I would get a contact back. I've not yet heard, but what I heard today is very concerning. So I thought that if I was going to be a temporary employee of the county, that you would have my personal identifying information, PII, siloed in your database. Now I'm understanding you to say that this is going out to a third party over which I have no control, and I give no consent to give my date of birth, social security number, my mailing address, my physical address. That is a security concern. Yes, I'm on social media, but I do my best to protect that. I do not consent to having my information to an employer I do not know. That's wrong. The other thing is that every calendar I buy in the fall of the year has what's happening the following year, which means when I bought my calendar in October, we knew that Election Day was going to be in June and November. Why are we acting like this is a surprise? This should have been planned ahead of time, and why isn't the county printing its own ballots? Quality control starts in-house. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Roger Edwards, followed by George Lee.
Mr. Edwards. welcome.
Roger Edwards for the record. Please have my remarks entered in the permanent record. I have very few more details than what you've already heard, but this whole process of finding vendors has just got holes in it like a sinking ship. We could, without even trying hard, somebody off the street could put more effort into finding vendors to save this county's money and do the same job or better. We're not trying hard, folks, and Mr. Manager, I think, you being the overseer of the nuts and bolts of how this thing works, you need to look at this because this car is broke down on the freeway in rush hour traffic.
Okay, thank you.
George Lee, followed by Kimberly Clark.
Welcome back, Mr. Lee.
I didn't hear the ever-present bing at the end of his speech, so it's like putting out an RFP is common practice. That's common. But what were the criteria on this item? I'd heard that we don't. This is the one about manpower, right? Not the company, but acquiring manpower. Yes. We were told that the reason we didn't use manpower and local agencies was because we didn't have a contract with them. Surely they put out an RFP and sign a contract with whoever they get to do it. Hopefully. Don't you? What is going on with your your department that does the hiring and firing? What's going on with them? Is there a legal, and this is, I know you're not here actually, but you're not listening, but is there a legal reason why we don't have a contract with these people? Is there a reason why they couldn't be contracted and they could expand their coverage to supply these people? Is there? I mean, I know you can't answer, but anyway, it's a question. So I know that anybody dealing with this kind of money surely would have a contract. Surely you would. And somebody would sign it, and somebody would be forced by law to live up to it. So there's no reason why you can't contract with these local agencies. The idea of going to Las Vegas or going outside is just, it baffles me. Why would you do that? Why couldn't they share the supply of manpower? You know, unfortunate name, right? The supply of people to work these elections, which is what you're asking for. I believe that you have the power to look at this and say, why aren't we doing it? And what legal thing is standing in our way that can stop us from doing it? You know, use the companies that are local. Keep those tax dollars in the county. That's my biggest thing. It's more money for us to use here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly Clark? Susan Hansen? No. Hope Backman?
James M. Bentham for the record. I would like my comments put in the permanent record. I agree with everyone that's spoken here that the county should be working harder on saving money and using county resources. And I definitely support Robert Beatles, Penny Brock, Cindy Martinez, George Lee, and others on their comments. So I won't repeat those. But I will say that we should spend more time saving money and using county resources and companies that are here.
Thank you.
Let's see, Hope Backman?
Welcome.
Hi, thank you again. My name's Hope Backman, natural-born woman. Thanks for having me here today. So for the presidential election for Trump, I got 2 mail-in ballots at my house, and I went to vote in person. So essentially, I could have voted 3 times. And that's exactly the results you're going to have with these mail-in ballots. I'm a big advocate of learning the first time so you don't repeat mistakes, but you guys had a successful outcome with that, so it's like you're using it again to get another outcome of your liking, which we don't like, and you work for us. So we have a little bit of a problem here because your people, your constituents want one thing, and you're telling us, no, you have to do it this way. But see, we make the rules here, but you guys aren't like playing along with how it's supposed to go. You're like, no, we make the rules and you follow what we tell you to do. But that's not how it's going to work, because once you guys are out of your chair and we vote new people in, hopefully they will do their job. And then, like, do you plan on still living in Washoe County with us? I don't know. I'm so disappointed in y'all. And I hate living here. I do. Washoe County sucks. And your school is even worse.
Ms. Backman, would you keep it on item number 9, please?
Oh, yes, of course. So mail-in ballots don't work. We can't have those. So we're going to have to come up with a new idea because mail-in ballots just aren't working. Okay? So I would suggest doing maybe something that Mr. Beatles suggests. He's put a lot of work and effort and money into investigating this, and clearly it's a fraud. The numbers are way off, and we don't want to go through this again. A lot of time is wasted doing that when we could be doing something to be more productive in Washoe County or help our kids, which would be great. Anyways, thanks. I hope you do the right thing. It'd be really respectable if you did. Thank you, Ms. Harmon, for being a good person. All right, thanks for having me again. Have a good day.
Tim Stoffel, followed by Doug Jalen.
Welcome, Mr. Stoffel.
Hello again, and Tim Stoffel for the record, and I'd like these comments entered in the public record because I've got a full urinary catheter. I'm going to try to address all three comments. They're all going to be brief anyway. But as the other speakers have spoken and presented ample evidence, something needs to be done here to make sure that, because the thing is that you hear lawmakers at the county level, the state level, they'll say, Nevada first, Reno first, Sparks first, stuff like that. But when it actually comes down to it, we're farming all this stuff out at six figures to places outside of the county. This needs to be fixed, and it needs to, especially on matters like this where elections matter, and we need to keep that funding where it belongs. In any case, and the same thing applies to the other two items as well, is that we need to do that. The money we save by eliminating mail-in ballots and going to the proposal that Jeannie's got here might pay for a large amount of the cost of that proposal. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Doug Jalen.
Welcome.
Doug Jalen. I want to speak against item number 9. There's no excuse for not using local firms in Washoe County, and the poll workers, all these temporary workers must be residents of Washoe County. There's no excuse for not doing it that way. We should keep all of our tax money here in this county. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kenji Otto, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Welcome back, Mr. Otto.
Thank you, Kenji Otto for the record, and I am against number 9 as well, mainly because the companies being outside of Washoe County and the state of Nevada. As somebody who's dealt with multi-million-dollar budgets and things, and I always try to go for the local first. In fact, I would ask that maybe you might want to consider a resolution that the Washoe County employees have to go for local first and justify why, because in the government, when I was in the government, I had to do that as well. I had to justify why, at one time, why I wasn't using American products and why I was using some other product. So that would be a resolution that you can consider, as well as that. Being this is there's been issues brought up about race, and this is part of that. We're talking about voter integrity. I don't appreciate people coming up here and trying to speak for those of us that are non-Caucasian, and for those who went to.
Please keep on item number 9. You can certainly make these comments at the end. This is specific to item number 9, please.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that. Actually, I wanted to apologize if any of my actions have been offended anybody in this the board. So now, as far as this. Item 9, I'd like to, again, we should keep, there are plenty of people, I am not able to, but I would have volunteered, and I volunteer for a lot of things, and I don't need to be paid for something that's a civil duty, and I feel strongly that we should be talking to the people who wish to do it for free, volunteers, because they don't need to be insured, or maybe not, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but there's a lot less impact on the county budget when you have volunteers and use them first and then go to staffing. But again, the staffing should be from local businesses. the county, whoever's doing this should be actually up here. Maybe Diane's not the one that should be coming up and asking about how these contracts were sent out for bid and everything. It sounds like maybe the people who actually did this, who went out and did the bidding, should be up here explaining how that process worked and justify their actions. Okay, so that's pretty much it on this particular item.
Okay, thank you.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Welcome, Mr. St. John.
Nicholas St. John for the record. I think it was David Chamberlain who talked about the number of people who, or was talking about applications. And so I contacted the ROV and asked how many applications they'd taken for the poll workers and the election, or poll watchers and election workers. They came back and told me there were over 4,000 applications. They only needed 500 for the early voting and 600 for day of voting. My question about that is, if 500, so one of the questions we got, I applied, I did get a survey, and they asked me if I was willing to work basically all day, and their all day is something like 12 to 14 hours. Now, if you want to discourage a bunch of people from volunteering, tell them they have to work 14 to 16 hours on election day or a day at the polls. So I think that there needs to be a number of things that are looked at. Like I said, we have over 4,000 people who have applied. That would give them plenty of people to call and use and split shifts, so it actually wasn't such a grueling day. The other thing is, I did not look at the RFP, but I've been involved with the RFP process. I worked for NASA and worked with organizations that we had to put out RFPs. And one of the things that is a little tricky with an RFP is that you can craft them in such a way that it basically disqualifies everyone except for who you want. I think you need to look at this RFP considering it's one is out of Vegas and another one is out of state as to how that RFP was actually crafted, and craft it so that it could be applied here. I understand there's probably some restrictions about contracts and contract size and all this stuff, but again, that can be written into an RFP, so it basically excludes all the local printers from doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Val White.
Welcome.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. I'm under common law. So I don't think they should get 1 penny, not 1 cent, until all this stuff gets cleaned up. Because this is just more fraud and graft from you. And I certainly don't want to see my property taxes go up for this kind of BS. If they can't do their job right, get somebody in there that can. This RFP, pure BS. How does it work? That was the question you asked, Mr. Hartong, and Deanna Spicula did not answer you. She told you what happens after the fact. Your question was, how do we get there? What's the chain is what you asked. And you didn't get an answer. And you were fine with that. Thanks for representing me. Thanks for being concerned about the constituents. As long as your people get in. Right? That's true. So you have the knowledge now that was talked about earlier. And you have a duty to respond, or you're committing fraud. Tweel versus United States Supreme Court. That was the decision. Where you have a duty to answer an inquiry, and you fail to do so, that's fraud. And because you won't answer us, you agree with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Val White, followed by Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Ms. White.
Thank you. I have a few questions about the vendors mentioned in this agenda item. I did a quick look through the item materials. Regarding the RFPs as written, as Nicholas St. John mentioned, they can be narrowed a lot to get the vendors they want. Regarding the vendors who replied and gave you their qualifications, I have a few questions. Is it a requirement that the hired workers be hired from all political parties? How are the vendors confirming party affiliation? Because I didn't see anything in the vendors' materials to address this most important need. Is there a guarantee that a proportional number of workers from each party be hired? If not, why not? How is it being monitored if the vendor doesn't know the party affiliations? Although no one has ever asked me my party affiliation when hiring me, it's a completely appropriate question in this situation. The public has trusted that the election processes are done honestly. We now know differently. Background checks are completed for jobs requiring high integrity. If this isn't one of those jobs, I don't know what is. Was the requirement for asking party affiliation included in the RFP? If not, why not? According to Ms. Spicula, a contract is limited for use with the regular local vendors. Have you considered amending the contract you have with the local vendors that supply employees so that they could hire the necessary number of employees we need for this upcoming election? Items 9 through 11 should not be approved until the election integrity item is addressed. You're putting the cart before the horse unless you've already decided that you won't approve the election integrity items. None of the contracts in items 9 through 11 should be approved. Repeating. Instead, resend an amended RFP to local distributors, local vendors. Whichever vendor is contracted to provide workers, I hope residents will apply through those vendors. Skimming the item materials, they claim, these vendors, to use online applications such as monster.com. A complaint I heard today was that the staff, expert staff, are determining the RFP process. These staff need to be identified. They've been hiding in the shadows, making decisions that affect us all. They have far too much power as unelected staff. How do we know there's no personal relationship where they're benefiting?
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Susan Hansen.
Welcome, Ms.
Janet Butcher, for the record. Please enter my comments into public record. I am a legal resident of Nevada and in the county of Washoe. I'd like to finish Valerie's comment. How do we know that there isn't a personal relationship between the vendors that have been selected and the person that chose them? It sounded like there were two different explanations. I'm not sure, maybe I didn't quite grasp it, but I don't know how the RFPs went out. How were they distributed? And I kind of got the impression that there weren't that many bidders in this area that can do this. If not, it sounds to me like we should have used some of that COVID money to support some entrepreneurs that could start a business to do this. We should keep it local. There were some very, very good points made up here. These people are wonderful. They have some great ideas. I really wish you would take to heart what they have to say. Tracy, thank you for bringing up the pool. I stay away from pools because I can't swim.
Thank you.
Susan Hansen.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
I've heard it often said, shop local, buy local, and keep our money local. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's nobody else signed in on this item.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to us. I see Ms. Hill is in the other Ms. Hill.
Chairman, I have questions.
Is here, and there may be some questions. Are you here to answer questions on how the RFP process? It's just a, okay. So let Commissioner Lucy
Thank you.
ask his
Ms. Hill.
questions first.
Could you please come to the podium, please? Ms. Hill, all of our RFPs go through your office, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you monitor those RFPs, those RFPs, walk us through the RFP process in regards to, there are some obviously concerns in regards to how do we project those through Demand Star, how we receive those, how we qualify those RFPs and those basics. Can you kind of walk us through just some understanding of that?
Sure. When a department goes out for RFP, that means there's qualifications that have to be met for pricing and for services that are needed, certain pricing levels that require a request for proposal, and perhaps state of Nevada doesn't have an agreement that we can joinder onto. Therefore, we have to go to an RFP process. Joindering on means that state of Nevada has already performed the RFP for the county, so it could be faster. When the RFP goes out, we work with the department on what their needs are. There's a scope of work of everything that is required to perform the job, and the minimums to perform the job. And outside that template are also the requirements of the county of licensing information, debarment with the state, and if it's being funded by federal funds, those requirements as well. So once that hits what we call hits the street, it is posted in paper form in the purchasing department that the public has access to, and it is also posted electronically on Demand Star. So it is out there available for anybody who wishes to read the RFP and respond accordingly.
Okay.
And once they respond within a particular time, the request for proposals are opened in a public forum, and then the appropriate committee that's been assigned that are experts in what's being looked for, they review the RFP individually on their own, not as a group, and they rate them. It comes back individually back to the purchasing department, who scores each of the proposals to see which is responsive and responsible and with the highest score.
So my understanding is that the basis, so Ms. Spicula she provides to you direction about what she's looking for and the need. Then your department, through your staff, no evaluations is done by her staff whatsoever. Put out the RFP, take in responses, evaluate those responses, and then score those responses, and then bring those directly to the manager and for procurement. Is that correct?
Well, the voters would be part of the evaluation staff.
They are
the
part of it.
subject matter experts. Where my department comes in that offers help to make sure that the RFP is clean is we don't have the knowledge of each of the RFPs, so we reread the scope of work to make sure it's clear enough for anybody out there that can respond to the RFP.
Okay. Now, you say we put it out to the public, but we don't advertise it as we have a bunch, because I'm on Demand Star right now. We have probably 40 under review and 5 active RFPs out there, different things from jobs to services. We don't post them other than we post them. So if you're not familiar with the RFP process or have worked with us before, it wouldn't be something we go out and I guess advertise or try to.
We can push. So we do have local vendors that will, if they see an RFP or they realize that something's coming up, they'll reach out to the county, when's your contract in here, and we can push the RFP for those who request it directly to them.
Okay. And now for some of these companies, there are concerns that obviously some of these companies are obviously not in the state of Nevada, and also not in the region of Washoe County in Las Vegas. But and this is just from my understanding, there are a few local, smaller temporary manpower, services like Reno staffing services, different services like that. But from my understanding of staffing services, and not the best at this, but my understanding of staffing services, sometimes they don't have the size or capacity to do the kind of recruitment needed for these types of RFPs. Now, has that been an issue with this RFP, or is that or do we?
You are correct. You're correct. They come back and do they have the capability to meet the staffing needs, and what is the pricing that they're charging the county for those staffing needs? And they do hire the people locally for those requests.
Right. So, I mean, from my understanding, from looking at, I'm not thrilled with AA's response. I think that they may have been the lowest, responsible bidder, but I don't like their cost proposal. I think it's very limited to what they could have added. I think, though, however, my next career path, who we have contracted with before for previous elections, had a very detailed and very detailed report in regards to their response for the RFP, and feel that it's, this is just, as you pointed out, a recruitment process. They have listed the 4 recruiters that they would probably employ to find those local individuals. The security issues that have been brought up, by some of the public comment. There are challenges, obviously, with, but it is temporary employment. I mean, it would be no different than them being employed with us versus employed with the temporary services. They are going to get paid to facilitate, and we're talking about a significant amount of time during the election from, because of what I was looking at in the RFP, based upon the positions they're looking for. You've got times from April through November. You've got times from mid-May through October. You've got primary elections and overtime for election worker assistance. So you've got the 2 weeks in primary and the 2 weeks in, or 2.5 weeks in October, November. Plus the supply, you've got equipment work from April to July, August to December for breakdown. And then, so this is going to be, the duration of this temporary employment is going to be significant from April through, and so this isn't just specifically for poll workers. This is for front office clerical, warehouse individuals. This is a number of different individuals. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's sporadic in nature. It's not continuous.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
So, and perhaps this isn't a question for you, Ms. Hill. Mr. Manager, do we have the ability, or actually maybe Ms. Hill, you can call this out. Do we have the ability to just give direction to staff to only use one and use my next career path staffing?
We do have the ability to do that, but you're limiting yourself on being able to meet the county's needs for the number of temporary employees that they have.
Can we go back?
Sure, go ahead.
Chairman, could we go back out and initiate a secondary RFP and push to local, such as staffing sources and whatnot, to manpower, those?
Yeah, we
can we expedite something like that to do a secondary RFP?
Well, it's about 6 to 8 weeks on RFP process. We can push the locals, but we need them to ask us. Otherwise, we're picking and choosing who we're pushing to.
Right.
But we can certainly do that.
Okay.
Okay. Go. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that this process is going to ensure that we have a really well-run election, and we are following the law with our bid process, and staff thinks that we need 2 qualified bids to hire staff. And so my concern with looking at only one service and then asking staff to go back out to bid is that it's going to create difficulty with a very important election. And so we have specific timelines we need to meet, and I think that it's very important that we ensure that that we stick to a very well-run election, and that is what staff is putting before us, and with the staffing concerns that they have. So I think that, that is my recommendation, is that we go with what staff is recommending today, because we need to ensure that this is a well-run election. That is our job as county commissioners.
Okay, please. Okay. All right. Mr. Manager, what happens give us a time frame. If we don't approve somebody today, will we be able to, and I think I already know the question, the answer to this question. What happens just in terms of timing for everything for us?
We're 98 days away from the primary. So if we were to reissue 6 to 8 weeks, you're putting us in a bad situation,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to actually make a motion to approve item 9 as outlined in the staff report.
Okay.
Chairman, I will second that.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and we have a second. Under discussion, commissioners. I'm concerned. I always want to use, I mean, I love using local. Doesn't matter what it is. I prefer to buy local. But that said, I don't know what to do here. I'm vexed with this. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We need to use firms that have capacity for what we need to conduct this election, and that is why I made that motion. I feel very comfortable with staff's recommendation, and that is why I think that is the right decision for this commission moving forward. And certainly, we can build in future things for RFP processes. I don't have a problem with that coming back to the board. And having extra points if you're a local company. I know that that's something that we can do as, for policies and certain RFPs. But today, I think it's very important that we ensure that we have a well-run election and with the proper staffing.
Okay, and this is only for the primary election, Mr. Maddox. Please.
So, Mr. Chairman, for further discussion too, I just wanted one other question I have. All of these, from my understanding, to have this type of duration of individual being employed here, they have to live here. There's just no way that they can not live here or in a different part of the state and be trucked in and brought in and sat here for months on end. It's not going to. That's not a feasibility with the amount of money that's going to be paid for this. There just doesn't make fiscal sense. Secondly, what I would do, and then maybe this can help move this along, is amend the motion to ask. And Ms. Hill, can you come back up really quickly? I apologize, Ms. Hill. Is there a way because, as you pointed out, we don't want to pick and choose providers. Is there a way that we could do a blanket outreach to local firms to try to facilitate? If we chose not to accept both RFPs and only went with one, is there a way to reach out, as Ms. Spicula said, because to a certain financial amount, can we amend a motion that would allow you the flexibility to go reach out to local firms to procure more staffing?
Well, they would have to respond to the RFP in the same manner in which the others respond to, so that favoritism isn't shown there. You can, if you have a preference on the two responsive bidders that responded, if one of them is more appetizing than the other, we can concentrate more with them on the people that they hire locally to use for the elections.
Chairman, I agree with the Vice Chair that this is a staffing issue. These are recruiters. These are not individuals. Right. These folks are going to come here. Right. I mean, we can say one day all day long that even if you picked a local, that you're not going to get a specific person, and you can't ask for a Republican or a Democrat or an independent, ask their party affiliation to work as a temporary. You just can't. That is not within the purview. You cannot do that. And it's not available for our ability to do that. So we have to be unbiased with this process. And as we move forward, this is a recruitment for a temporary solution for a almost 12-month period of time to fulfill the needs of this election, both general and primary. This is not going to change outcomes. These individuals are not poll workers. These are individuals that are doing staffing. So I'm failing to see the connection here. And what I'm being asked is to check the boxes on whether the rates that they're willing to charge and the time commitments that they're willing to step to are really within the scope of what we've asked individuals to do, which we've done in every election prior.
You are correct.
Mr. Chair, if I may, chapter it's chapter 332, which outlines purchasing, and you've brought up the points that we advertise our proposals. We get responsive bidders. The law requires that it be awarded to the lowest responsive bidder. And what I'm hearing today is that there were not local firms that did that. I'm also hearing that the people who did respond are not precluded from hiring local people. So is that correct, Ms. Hill?
You are correct.
All right. Thank you, Madam DA. Chairman, I just, for the type of commitment that we have to move forward with, I've already made my comments in regards to the A&A's response for the proposal. May it be lowest and responsive, but I think it's their answer to the proposal lacks the substance and detail that My Next Career Path did provide. You know, I feel, but I still at the same point, I understand Mrs. Hill constraints in regards to timeline. So I'm going to stick with my motion. The only way I would amend the motion, it would be if we could utilize Mr. Manager some way to do outreach, because there, as Ms. Spicula said, there are abilities for us to do individual contracts as need be for more staffing as we see fit. So hopefully we can push that out, make that more readily available with some of the local firms. I feel fairly confident that all of these firms are going to recruit, as they always do, for the individuals, because they are going to want to get paid the same way everybody else wants to get paid. Whether they're making dollars, that they need to get somebody at the lowest cost that they can to get somebody to do the work that needs to be done. So, and being that the hiring shortage isn't exactly gone away quite yet, we are in that challenge right now, Chairman. So I'm going to stick with my second.
Mr. Manager, did you have any comments on that?
Only to say that the county uses temporary firms in a variety of departments, probably the health department, the health district, I should say, not the health department. During the pandemic, this is a tough market for temporary labor, and that was before the impact of the pandemic. So I really think having two companies is to our advantage. If one is not performing, then you have some flexibility to make the best of that situation. I'd ask you to consider that. The second thing I would say is, in the 2 years that I've been here, I have seen comparisons on the procurement policies of this county versus other jurisdictions. We do buy local where it's feasible to do so. So it just so happens in this particular call for proposals, we didn't get the local responses that we would have liked to have seen, but we need to move forward. Otherwise, we risk operationally jeopardizing the election.
Chairman, and the manager makes a good point. We use, thank you, Ms. Hill. We use, I know, I believe it's applied services or manpower for our Parks Department, CSD for our landscape services and management of our park services during the summer hours for quite a bit of our field. So we do use a number of those firms, so they would be logged in when these RFPs are put into DemandStar. If you are registered with DemandStar and have utilized our services before, you will get forwarded those requests will go to your inbox. So they should have, if registered with our county and registered in DemandStar to receive types of RFPs, whether it's for temporary manpower or positions or whatnot, they get those DemandStar does that dump to them.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Hill. We have a second by Commissioner Lucy. We have discussed this. We have taken public comment. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries 3-1. Okay. Take us into item number 10, Mr. Manager.
Well, we opened them all.
We opened them all, but we're now at number 10.
You want to do call public?
Okay. Ms. Spicula, anything else on item number 10? Per AB 321?
Hello, Deanna Spicula for the record. Again, I'm here to basically say we did the bid process. We have followed all the rules. We've done everything we've needed to do. This company, again, we've been using them since at least 2006 to print and mail our ballots. They are a reputable vendor, and they have all the certifications that they need to actually do this work for us. And again, been a trusted partner for well over a decade. So,
And per Assembly Bill 321, we don't have a choice.
that is correct. We are required to mail ballots to all active registered voters in the county.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call public comment?
First up, we have, excuse me, Robert Beatles, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Welcome, Mr. Beatles.
Put all my comments on the permanent record. Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. So, wow. We know, I love all the patriots that are here with us, and we have a lot of empty seats right now because they're out knocking doors, telling all your neighbors what you guys are doing to our county. So it's part of the recall. But when you look at this stuff, the resolution clearly defines that you would have certified mail ballots. I understand AB 321 fully. It's a fraud, but again, it's there. You guys have to abide by it. Now, if you simply just cleaned the voter rolls, you would be sending out half as many ballots. Because I hate to tell you this, but your voter rolls are about 50% trash. It's very easy to prove, and I've already got the affidavits and everything to prove it. So you're sending out mail to people that don't exist, to vacant lots. Hell, you've got 355 Record Street with 1,081 people at it. You know that? They show up just on election day to vote, by the way. It's crazy. Anyways, so if you clean up the rolls, you're going to have half this price. But half this price, I mean, it's already bloated. This doesn't cost this much to do it. And you have plenty of local companies, again, that would be happy to do it. And if you put it as certified mail, guess what? You're going to have less people that are responding through the mail system, through these ballot systems, because it's already been proven they don't want it anyways. When you have 176,000 ballots that end up in the trash can, according to Mark Vlashin, that could cost as much as $1.4 million. And what we're seeing here is not the total impact nor the total cost of how much this actually costs. It's really not. This is just, on your agenda item for X amount of dollars, but it's going to end up being far more than this. Because guess what? Postage is not included in this as well. I don't know if you understand that or not, but you guys are just blindly voting yes to things. When you have 4,000 people, the whole idea of a temp firm is to hire temporary people. And you got 4,000 people right here that would have been happy to do it. You say, well, they sign up to be poll workers. Well, this is all part of the election process, and I tell you what, if you asked them to do something different, they probably would. If you asked them, hey, do you mind getting paid for this? I'm sure they'd be happy to do that too. But again, you guys voted yes for this. So I have no problem spending millions of dollars to replace you all. I have no problem doing it because we got to get our county back. Everybody's going to know who you are. Everybody's going to know what you've done. Everybody's going to see what you're doing because you guys are selling us out. It's really that simple. This stuff here, there's absolutely no reason to do it. You have local places right here that'll be more than happy to do this. But again, you're using a firm in Washington. Why? Because you guys have been using them for years? That doesn't mean anything. I mean, just because you had fraud for years, which I can prove, doesn't mean it needs to continue. I mean, hell, most of you guys up there wouldn't be there if we didn't have the fraud. But most of you guys would be revered and loved and cherished. And people would just, would just really enjoy being around you and supporting you if you just did the right thing for once. But again, you just went against what the people wanted. Why? Because you guys are afraid that you're not going to have the election. It's not going to be seamless or something like that when you have 4,000 workers right here. And you got temporary agencies right here that would do it. And guess what? You got temporary print shops that would do it right here. But again, you're not listening to us. So y'all got to go. Except Herman. Love you.
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Penny Brock.
Please.
1 Corinthians 15:33 teaches us, do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. I first recommend you keep in mind the ROV reported only 31% of mail ballots were counted in the 2020 general election. This means 69% of the costs, or $552,000 you are approving right now, is going to be wasted unless you do a better job at encouraging citizens to use them. Why is there an estimate for 332,000 ballots and then another 360,000 ballots for general when the ROV is reporting only 308,000 active voters on their website? Why has the ROV excluded the item from the proposal for provisional ballots? Deputy Secretary of State Mark Voloshin conducted a workshop on January 27th via Zoom. The link is on the exhibit I provided you earlier this morning, so you can go view it if you would like, in which I inquired how they were able to link the electronic provisional ballot to the application of same-day registrations in order to extract that ballot should the application not be validated by proper proofs. Furthermore, anything that would link that ballot to a voter would violate the NRS provision of secrecy. He stated that all provisional ballots are paper ballots. Do we have your attention yet? You could imagine the concern his body language revealed when I informed him that Washoe County processed their provisional ballots electronically. Washoe County's zero paper ballots is not a statistical anomaly. It is the result of 7,710 illegal ballots being cast. This is not about changing any election result because the number of registrations was fairly balanced across parties. It's about holding accountable those who have been trusted with much and who have been dishonest with much. There was no plan for extracting provisional ballots because there was no intention to verify any of the same-day registrations. Washoe County taxpayers are paying millions of dollars for Incline Village property tax lawsuit. How much do you suppose this one's going to cost us? According to NRS 293.840, the civil penalty is $20,000 per violation. So $154 million? If you continue to push a false narrative that our elections are perfect, what in your ever-loving minds qualifies as a concern? This mistake alone is a deprivation of constitutional rights. I ask that you send this back and instruct the ROV to include costs for paper provisional ballots.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Cindy Martinez.
I have the overhead, please.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. For the record, Penny Brock, please enter my remarks in the record. Thank you. So getting back to number 10, from this morning, you might remember that this is the one that is the greatest mystery to me. I probably spent 4 hours figuring it out. Read the staff report. It's just so convoluted. I don't know what Ms. Spicula was thinking, and I think she left the room because she knows this is one that's very strange. So 2 proposals were received, and it was to print and mail the mail-in ballots and include the postage. And K&H Integrated Print Solutions out of Everett, Washington was selected on January 24th. Oh, that's a typo. 2022, the bid was accepted for K&H for preparing and printing the ballots only. No printing. That violated the RFP, I believe, because it wanted a quote on the mailing, but it was not included. For the primary election, to prepare and print 332,000 mail-in ballots, the cost was $332,000. For the general election, 340,000 mail-in ballots would be prepared, again, not include postage, and that was a total of $335,920 plus 20,000 mail ballots for stock and test decks, which was $7,560. So this was a total cost of $343,480. That is a total of $667,476. Then on the 25th of January, item 16 on that agenda, the commission approved the 2022 general fund contingency in the amount of $1.6 million, of which $557,200 of that amount was for the election printing and postage. Why? I don't understand. What was that based on? What data? Then on February 8th, the commission approved K&H RFP for $650,000, with no postage or freight. Now, the voter register is recommending for approval today for K&H Printing $1.2 million for the 2022 primary and general elections and $400,000 for the fiscal year 23 general election. Again, based on what data? How much are we going to end up paying for the postage and the freight? Thank you very much.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Roger Edwards.
Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, Cindy Martinez. Please ensure my comments are made a permanent record, part of the permanent record. One of my mantras is, don't come to me with a problem if you don't have a solution. Of course, I've been haranguing at you for over a year about the problems. Here's our solution. I'm going to take a more pragmatic view of what we're talking about here today. What I'm hearing is that this is a product of government processes. So based on Mr. Manager's explanation of what, 6 to 8 weeks, you walk that back to when it was put out, I'm going to say the tail end of December, the beginning of January when it processed through. So I understand, I may not agree with what's going to be accomplished here with your vote on this today, but I do understand the government processes. Government moves glacially at best, and I know that from having worked in government. So I do understand that you're hampered by NRS, NAC, the State Administrative Manual, et cetera, and all of those other processes. But what I do want to point out, and why this is so critical, we did have the young lady and the gentleman here that were the opposing view. Largely those of us who have come have been organized are of the conservative bent. And I've been watching the social media feed for Ice Age Farmer on what's happening as a result of Ukraine with the grain exports, oil exports. And there's a point, and I'm going to stay on point here, is that we need to find a way to frame this in a productive way going forward, learn from where we are today so that we don't repeat this. I don't see how you can go out, because the ballots start getting mailed at the end of April. The election is June 14th. So I understand why the government needs to work the way it is while the private citizens are doing the work they are. And somehow this is going to have to meet in the middle positively, because emotions are getting extraordinarily high. I am gravely worried that we're going to go kinetic. We can't afford to do that to each other. We really can't. We can't strain our law enforcement. We can't strain our first responders. We need to find a way to work positive. I'm very disturbed about all this. Don't misunderstand me. I still don't like some of the things you've done. But I'm willing to put that aside. We need to find a way to work this forward and make this work and keep this community together, because it's falling apart. So I'd like to see us find a way to do that. I don't like how much this is going to cost. I'd like to see if you can't find a way to pry money out of the coronavirus money to alleviate the burden on the taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by George Lee.
Mr. Edwards, welcome back.
Good afternoon. For the record, Roger Edwards. The devil's always in the details, but we can get bundled up in the details and lose track of where we're at. And I think this is what's going on here. We've got weeks yet that we can still massage this. I know we got a meeting that's not going to happen on the 15th, but we need to rethink this. Just vote no on this, please.
Thank you.
George Lee, followed by Tim Stoffel. Looks like Tim's not here.
Welcome back, Mr. Lee.
George Lee for the record. We have important things that are tabled currently for administrative reasons. And I suggest that you table these 3 items. Well, you've already voted on 9, so we can't do anything about that. But 10 and 11, you table them until after the hearing for our Commissioner Herman's, she's my commissioner, for our Commissioner Herman's resolution. The resolution was meant only as a point to start for discussion, to have the open discussion about the items. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong except for people who don't want to face those items and have to commit one way or the other to them. Because if you vote against it, you're against them. So, you know. And I don't think that these items should be on the docket until after that. However, my question is, by the way, this and every election are the most important. Not this one only, all of them are the most important. And going forward, they are not going to be the most important. They're going to be, I mean, I've seen what happens in Chicago and Philadelphia and other places where elections are important, but integrity, chain of custody, things like that are not so important. This business of on-demand printing for a company that's in Washington State. How do you do on-demand printing on the day of the election for, you know, if you need ballots? The second thing is, have these ballots been certified and chain of custody held on them to make sure that that company doesn't print extras that can have something else done, you know, with them, like snuck in the dark at night, or the chain of custody is traceable. The chain of custody is everything, because I've dealt with elections before, and we counted every ballot, and I don't mean counted them and checked to make sure who won and who lost, but I mean counted them. Before the poll closed, we had to have a list of exactly how many ballots we'd received, how many ballots we had voted, and how many ballots were destroyed, and how many ballots were left over. And we sent them all back to the counting, you know, it was the county seat, but anyway. So chain of custody is all important in order to maintain any kind of integrity at all. And if you're getting on-demand ballots, meaning somebody can print them on demand.
Thank you.
Doug Jalen, followed by Ken Giotto.
Welcome back, Mr. Jalen.
Thank you. It makes no sense to print ballots without cleaning up the voter rolls first. Otherwise, you're spending money foolishly. The ballots must be printed in Washoe County. We must spend the money locally. If you're going to spend our money foolishly, at least spend it locally.
Please.
Ken Giotto, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Welcome back, Mr. Otto.
Again, Ken Giotto, and Ms. Hill's right. You need a well-run election, but you don't need to rush it. A lot of this planning should have been done a long time ago. All these people out here, including myself, we've been doing research, we've been questioning, we've been doing a lot of things for over a year now. It's kind of sad to see that the commission or the county doing things at the last minute. For as small as this county is, I've seen things get done quicker by the federal government, by the military, and by state departments. This is kind of ridiculous. And I'm against this because, well, as Mr. Beatles has said, the rolls need to be cleaned up. And I gave you a proposal on how to possibly do that. I hope you take it seriously. It's something that this county needs. And we need to look at how much money we're spending. I've been in too many departments, government departments, where they get large amounts of money and just spend it. I've been asked at the last minute to do the same thing, but I had to spend the money, but I did it with good conscience. In other words, I don't feel guilty about how I spent that money because I saw the results years later. I saw results of how that money was spent, and that's what you all should be doing. this isn't, this is our money. Whether you're talking about the federal money that the state has received or the tax money, it's still our money. It's my money, it's your money, it's everybody's, all of these people's money. And whenever I've done a job, that's the way I looked at it. Now, I worked for the U.S. Postal System for 3 months. And the reason it was only 3 months is because they tried to ask me to do things that were illegal. I got attacked by one of those customers because I changed their rules. Their rules, not my rules, their rules. And their rule was to break the law. I said no to that. So one of those customers was upset enough to come over the counter and to assault me. Now, that wasn't the reason I quit. The reason I quit was because the people above me were telling me I should let it go and I should break the law and let the fraud, waste, and abuse continue. Okay? And if you continue doing what you're doing, it's fraud, waste, and abuse. It's wasting our tax money, and that's wrong. And
Thank you, Mr. Otto.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Welcome back, Mr. St. John.
I'd say thank you, but I have a lot better things to do than come to the county commission meetings week after week. Nicholas St. John for the record. I do have, like a lot of my fellow patriots here, I have concern over all this as well. And the mail-in ballot, I have a question about on demand. What exactly is on demand? Can any of you guys actually define that and what that means, how that's used in an election? One of my main questions is, back to just real quick, disappointing on number 9. You guys at least could have taken out the fiscal year 23. To this, the mail-in ballots were started because of a pandemic. You guys have voted back in December to end the state of emergency. Now we have mail-in ballots that was started because of a state of emergency. So my question is, why are we continuing to perpetrate a hoax and doing mail-in ballots when we know we're no longer under a state of emergency, which you guys voted to end? Well, yeah, but if the state law was based on a state of emergency that we no longer have, how are we compelled to continue to live under that? So if there's a way to take out at least anything beyond fiscal year 22, I'd like to see you guys take that out.
Thank you, Mr. St. John.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Janet Butcher.
Welcome back, Ms. Snedeker.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, non-person, non-resident, an enfranchised natural woman. I'd like my remarks put in the record in accordance with NRS 241. So you guys keep going with this graft, and I'm pretty tired of it because you're getting something back from these out-of-state employees that you're hiring, these out-of-state firms. We got Florida. We've got Sacramento, we've got Las Vegas, and we've got Washington State. What do any of those people except Las Vegas have to do with Nevada? And Ms. Spicula came out here and said, well, we went with these people because they've done a really good job for us in the past. That's not going for lowest bid. I worked on multi-million-dollar projects for the Department of the Navy. When it went out to lowest bid, it went out to everybody that was in that area. So if it was a printer, all the printers got a copy of our proposal. And Mr. Lucy was so good to say, if you're not on this program and you're a vendor, then I guess you're out of luck. I think there's more ways to contact the vendors around this county other than a stupid website by this county. There's a thing called the Reno Gazette Journal. And it seems to me in the past, they used to put the proposals in the paper. so that people could find it and make a bid on it. You could put it on TV. We're now accepting bids for da-da-da-da. It could be on the newscast right after the false pandemic claim.
Please,
Pardon me?
continue.
You guys have all kinds of sneaky ways of doing things, and we're sick of it. This should have been done a long time ago, and we should have been involved. Not you secretly getting together with purchasing and this guy and that guy. We need to be a part of it. It's our money. And you don't give a rat's ass how you spend it. And we do. Normally, we get higher property taxes for all the crap you do. CARES money spent on remodeling the offices. Hey, why didn't you help some of those businesses that you destroyed? This is not right, and you know it's not right. And now you have knowledge that it's not right. And if you fail to act, you're liable.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Wayne Gordon.
Welcome back, Ms. Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please ensure my comments are entered into the public record. I am a legal resident of Nevada in the county of Washoe, and I might add, I'm a legal resident of the United States of America. In these mail-in ballots, and I understand we have this opt-out option, but when are these mail-in ballots going to be printed? And if I opt out of the mail-in ballot at the last minute, but the ballot has already been printed for me, how can I be ensured that somehow the ballot won't be used? We all know that there were people, and I was a poll watcher, and I saw this happen. People came in, and they were already supposedly voted when they hadn't voted yet. I still have in my possession my mail-in ballots. I chose to keep them so that I would have them for proof. All of a sudden, I figured out what happened to Jeannie's resolution. It was tabled, sabotaged, and tabled so that you could vote on 9, 10, and 11 before it was presented.
Please.
Wayne Gordon, followed by Val White.
Wayne Gordon, I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada.
Welcome.
And I've just got a couple things here. I worked for over 26 years for the shipyard. Part of that time I was a planner and estimator, which meant I had to go out and estimate jobs. How long will it take, blah, blah, how much in the cost, but we dealt everything in hours there. I don't know how you can expect somebody, in this case, to provide us with ballots when you haven't decided the terms of the election yet, because you won't hear what has been requested of you. I think the least you can do is hear what has been proposed, because I have some things I would like to see on there also. And then you'll have a better idea for the cost of it. We talked about timelines and how important it was to have timelines. Is it more important to have timelines or an accurate and good election? I think the latter. So if we don't get our timeline, we don't get our timeline. And the other thing I heard was, it's what we did before, so we need to have them come back. I forget who said that. Okay? We need to start doing what's right. Are we running out of time? Damn right we are. Maybe you should have thought about this last year. So you could have worked on it. Right now, what you need to do is put together a group of people to go over the proposals for the election and other proposals. It should include attorneys and stuff that can say what's right and what's wrong, okay, and what we can and can't do, actually. And then figure out what we're going to do for election, and then call for a proposal.
Thank you.
Val White.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I don't have anything prepared right now, so I'm just kind of talking off the top of my head about things that I've heard and are bothering me. One, I do want to explain to the audience, and maybe anybody who's watching the video, I've been studying election integrity for several years, coming from California, the pit of dishonest elections. So I know a lot of the games and a lot of the tricks, et cetera. AB 321 was recently passed after the pandemic, and it is state law. We have to live with mail-in ballots until we clean the legislature out of those politicians who voted for it. The problem is, how can we have a fair election to get rid of those demons if we don't have a fair election to get rid of them? Now, you have the power to give us a fair election, to stop this fraud. You have it right now. Ms. Herman's resolution would give us a shot at a fair election. I don't understand what you don't like about it. Not even to talk about it. We know dirty tricks were played to sink her resolution so that these items can come before it. Somewhere down the line, we're going to hear, gee, we really liked a lot of Ms. Herman's ideas, but we can't change anything now because we've just approved all these contracts. We know that's your game plan. Now, you can stop this. And thank you so much for looking me in the eye, Commissioner Hartung. I appreciate that. I've wondered, off topic, if some of you don't have earbuds in there and you're listening to a book on tape or watching a movie on your computer. I appreciate the attention, but you have the power right now to stop this nonsense. Please, stand up. Are you Americans or not? I would hope, and I just vented. You couldn't tell by my voice. I would hope that when you leave this meeting after listening to the dozens and dozens and dozens of comments asking you for the same thing, that you consider, is there any validity to what they're saying? Is any of it true? Can they all be lying the same lie? Are they all so misinformed they don't understand everything? Actually, we do. There's some details that some people are confused about the AB 321, but they're honest people. They're appealing to you to be honest yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
There's nobody else signed in.
All right, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, I have a couple of questions. Can you define for me, because I asked this question earlier, tell me how the chain of custody works.
That's a question for the registrar of voters.
Okay, and she is where? Oh, right there. Okay, perfect. So talk to me, Ms. Spicula, about the chain of custody, about when ballots are printed, how they're accounted for, how we know additionals were not printed. Tell me about that.
So it all starts with us sending up a file of the people who are active registered voters who are going to receive a ballot for that election. We send that to our vendor. From there, we trigger what we call it's a ballot ID number that's barcoded onto each return envelope. So they go through printing the ballots, printing the envelopes, making sure that the right name and the right precinct number and voter ID number and absentee ballot ballot number is on there. And then they package that, and then they take it directly, again, they ship them directly to the post office. Again, from there, it goes into the U.S. postal stream, gets delivered to the voters, and then from there, voters can return it through the mail. They can take it to a ballot drop-off location, or they can vote in person. They can still do that. So when we get the ballot back in our office, the first thing that we do is we scan those ballots in, and we give basically vote credit for somebody appearing to vote. At that point, it doesn't mean your vote is going to be cast. It's only that we have received it and that we need to go through the signature verification process. So along the way, we're doing that. We're tracking the ballots from when we receive them back also in our office to scanning them in. We also do an audit prior to counting any ballots to make sure the number of ballots we checked in for a precinct are exactly the same number of ballots that we have received. If we have one or two that is wrong in the stack, usually it's due because a precinct number was off, so we just have to move it to the correct precinct. But that audit is required by law as well. We have to do that before we can start actually tallying ballots.
Okay, all right. Tell me about on-demand.
So on demand is basically what we're saying here is that, okay, every day I'm going to send you up a list to the vendor. They're going to take that list. They're going to print those ballots that they need for that day for those voters, package and mail them. That's what the on demand means.
Okay. All right. So let's again talk about timing here.
What's the question?
Timing. You know, what happens if we don't vote on this today?
We're having throughout the country a paper supply chain issue. Without not voting on it today,
please,
could delay us getting our ballots and being prepared for the election.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Commissioners, any other questions?
No questions, but I'm happy to make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to approve item number 10 as outlined in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Lucy. We have had some discussion. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-1. Okay. All right. Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 11. This is sample ballots only.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions about preparing the sample ballots? Okay. All right. Ms. Spicula, I think we're good. Since no one has any questions, I mean, I understand this. I personally would rather see sample ballots online, but that's just me. That's just me. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, will you call public comment?
First up, we have Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Penny Brock.
Welcome back.
Proverbs 29:25. Fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe. Can someone please explain the rationale of a request for 320,000 ballots in item 10 for 308,000 active voters, equating to a request for only 315,000 sample ballots in the agenda item? The math and logic is just not computing. Do you guys even look at the numbers, or you just blindly sign away? These are imaginary numbers when the poll books are inaccurate. Even your SAP system has a development box, a test box, and then a production box. The voter rolls need to be the same way. What happened to buy local campaign? Is this just for appearance sake on Black Fridays? A lot can be learned from the young mother at the last meeting. She asked for clarification on a few of the resolutions that were in a staff report. That is how you get to common ground. Discussion, not baseless statements or name calling. Ask questions with a posture of sincerity, not anger or political agenda. And this new bill that's going to be coming for $800,000 for your Dominion machines, are you seriously this tone deaf? Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Roger Edwards.
May I have the overhead, please? Thank you. Penny Brock, for the record, please enter my comments in the record per the NRS. So now on item number 11. The RFP went out to prepare, print, and mail the sample ballots. So funding was approved on February 8th for $73,372, but did not include the postage and freight. Now, Ms. Spicula is requesting $150,000. Why, we don't know. I could find nowhere in the staff report that Metro had requested additional funding. What is also interesting with when this all started out, Ms. Spicula asked for $500,000. So I suspect she was very disappointed when the bid came in at $73,000, but then did it really? Because in the staff report, it said they bid for 315,000 ballots, almost $24,000, or then there was one for 340,000 at 73,000. So I'm really confused. I mean, I don't know if that was for primary sample ballots plus the general sample ballots. I don't know. It wasn't in the staff report. So again, why are we going way to Georgia? Well, we know Georgia was one of the 6 states caught up in questionable 2020 election. So perhaps they're all set up for this kind of an operation. So I would encourage the commissioners to stick with the original, what was approved, deny the additional amount, what the voter register has asked, because she's not justified it. Thank you very much.
Roger Edwards, looks like he left. George Lee.
George Lee, for the record. I know that NRS demands that you send out some form of sample ballot. That's not in question. But if you really want to save money, and even $150,000, that would buy me a really nice car. You know, I could have 2 electric cars for that. Yeah, but I don't get the money. Anyway, the point is, we can solve all these problems by cleaning up the voter rolls. If you clean up the voter rolls, you can cut that in half. You can make it a positive thing. You can make people trust the election system. What we should do, in my opinion, but it bears weight, and that is that you should redo the voter rolls, make everyone re-register. And that way we could clear out the voter rolls. It would be relatively sure. Registrar Spicula's office would be busy. But it's easy for people to re-register if they just go to the SOS website and log in, put in their information, and they can re-up their registration. It's just simple. It doesn't cost anything. Everybody has access to it at libraries. I know that there's a whole segment of the society that never sets foot in a library, you know, because, well, they're too poor or they're too discriminated against or whatever. But everyone has access to get to the SOS site to be able to put it in. You know, they can all re-register, and that would solve your financial problems, and it would solve so many problems, all in one step. It would be so easy to just say, we're going to have a moratorium, and now we're going to take that voter roll and we're going to put it aside, and we want everybody to re-register. Simple. They could carry it in the newspaper where, you know, I don't personally read the RJ, but I know that there are people that do who live downtown, I guess. But anyway, that's an aside. This would solve your problem. This would solve so much. It's included, I believe, in the resolution that is on the table right now. Even though this is required by the, the Nevada statutes, it's still something that you could do right now to fix this problem.
Thank you.
Kimberly Clark, I think she left. Susan Hanson left. Doug Jalen.
Madam Clerk, would you let the record reflect that Commissioner Lucy has left the meeting?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Once again, this is spending money foolishly. Vote no.
Thank you.
Robert Beatles, followed by Kenji Otto.
Welcome back, Mr. Beatles.
So here we are again. You guys didn't listen to us on the other one. And I'm just curious, you supposedly had a panel of experts or something like that that went through all this stuff. But I didn't hear anything about a financial or budgetary review. Did you guys do that on any of this stuff? Did you guys look into what the actual long-term economic costs are, what the short-term costs are? Did this go through any kind of budget or financial review? I didn't hear anything about that. You guys supposedly met with some mystery group of experts that talked about this stuff, but I don't see anything in the staff report or anything else about any kind of budget or financial review that you ring Herman through. It seems very, very, if you guys want to talk about, maybe it's racist, I don't know. Maybe it's, you guys are disenfranchising we the people, because I've got a stack here of all the stuff just from this year where you guys have pushed through tens of millions of dollars without any kind of budget or financial review. None. Her resolution's about $350,000. Got tens of millions of dollars here you guys just blanket vote yes for. I'd love to see what you guys did on this and who this panel of experts are. Because you can see the discrimination practices you guys are doing directly to we the people and to Herman herself. Because you guys are making up the rules as you go along. You're like, oh, well, this could have long-term fiscal impacts. Okay, show us. You can't, because you guys just blanket vote yes on stuff like that and things that actually would work. Like right now, cleaning up the voter rules. All this money here for Agenda 11 or Item 11. If you simply just did a resolution, you wouldn't have this kind of mess if you cleaned up the voter rules. Very simple things. So another thing, we're going with out-of-state people again. You guys have the power right now to amend your existing contracts with your local vendors and have this printed right here in the county. It's very simple. You guys have the power right here to basically set fire to our elections. You're telling me you can't at least, if you're going to do that, use some local vendors to help you. But what we keep seeing is we show up and we talk, and it's not because we like being here, obviously, it's not. But it's just to get this stuff all on the record, because what you guys are all doing, you guys are given the facts, you guys are given the evidence, all of you, and yet you go against it. So it's dereliction of duty at best, with the election fraud that we can clearly prove that none of you have sat down with me with yet, other than Mr. Brown for a second. Maybe we'll be meeting again this week, which would be great. But nobody's looked into any of the proof that we have. There's just glaring, everything that Spicula has said, if you start looking through it, you find errors in everything. None of our stuff adds up. We have earned countless lies. We have the voter rolls. We have so much things that none of the stuff here would actually be needed, because it would be solved if you guys fix the underlying problem. It's like if you're bleeding, right? You don't just put a Band-Aid on it, you kind of fix it. We have to fix the system before you start doing more stuff like this. It just makes it worse. So, looks like I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Kenji Otto, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Welcome back, Mr. Otto.
Kenji Otto for the record. Again, we're just putting Band-Aids on everything. I've seen this over and over again over my decades as a public servant in the military and federal government in the state of California. And other places. It's pretty disgusting. And when people tell me, whenever I ran into this, I fixed it. It's easy. It's so easy to fix it and be done with it. In a way, I always told the people that work for me and the people I work for, who I work for, I'm kind of a lazy person. I don't like doing things twice. I like doing it one time and be done with it. This is since I've been here in the state of Nevada, it's like over and over and over again, and it's tiresome. And that's why I proposed I gave you my proposal on the database. It's so simple. If I understand things right, Diane Specula works for Mr. Eric Brown, and maybe he can just ask that the database be created, the second database, and split the two databases. This is something that doesn't take a lot of time, doesn't take a lot of money, and I'm talking from experience there. So that would be the first. To me, that's the first step. Split the database, get the inactive voters out of there. Let's have a database that consists of active voters, and then work with Mr. Beatles on finding the other ones. I showed you an example, a real-time example of, and that came from a 35 homes that I walked. So one house out of 35, I can prove those two people voted in the 2020 election and did not live here in Nevada. That is pretty good. And I just happened to trip over that. Who knows what you'll find if you actually look? Mr. Beatles looked. He found quite a bit. Other people have looked. They've been finding quite a bit. But the county has been refusing to do their job. And good conscience, maybe you don't have a good conscience. Maybe that's what the problem is. You don't have a good conscience and you just don't care. Then you shouldn't be there. In a couple elections, Jean Herman should be here. She's the only one proven to stand up against to do what's right. Anybody else in the future? Maybe you should think about doing something else.
Thank you, Mr. Otto.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Welcome back, Mr. St. John.
Nicholas St. John for the record. I wish I understood a lot of this better. I don't know what happens if you guys don't vote for this today. I don't know what happens if it isn't seconded because my commissioner, Alexis Hill, I live in your district, very disappointed that you just keep plowing the stuff through without what seems to be any thought or really a lot of the investigation that we're asking you to do. So I don't know what happens if it gets put a motion on and then nobody seconds it. What happens then? What happens if you guys turn it down today? What happens to the whole system? I'm not sure I understand also why there's an NRS code that says we have to send out sample ballots. Where in our Constitution indicates that you have to send out sample ballots to every person who's on the registry? And they're right. You need to clean up the registry. We've said we would have people come and help volunteer. Now, we're told that you can't do that. And I'm asking, why not? Why, instead of continually hearing why we can't do something, why don't you do like entrepreneurs do and find ways to fix this stuff and come up with really good ideas? I'm going to ask you to vote no on this. I'm going to ask you not even to put it up for a motion. Let this thing go away. We want you to vote no on it. We don't want the sample ballots. Maybe there's a way you can change the registry because it seems like nobody's monitoring it anyway. Maybe you can turn 306,000 voters to inactive and you send out 1,000 of these things. I don't know. There's a solution here somewhere, and it's not spending $150,000 that we the people don't want you to spend on this stuff.
Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Janet Butcher.
For the
back, Ms.
record, Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. Please put my comments in the record. So it was a dirty trick you pulled on Commissioner Herman to get that proposal off so that you could bring this up without any concern for the filthy voter rolls. Not one bit of concern. Why is that? Why aren't you concerned? Oh, wait, I think I know. Never mind. Spending this money now and ignoring the proposal that would help cut the money now makes me think, what's your kickback on this? What have you guys been promised if you go with this? Because if it's not in the Constitution, you can't do it. Constitution is the supreme law of the land, not the statutes and not your county codes. So this is not going to be a constitutional election because you haven't cleaned up the voter rolls. And you refuse to do it. I don't understand that. Except it's the easiest way that the ones we don't want to win. Fraud by fraud. When I first started voting, you went to the polling place, you showed them your ID, they found your name on a list, checked you off, and gave you a ballot. We didn't have to hire all these people to compare signatures. You don't get to compare the signature on my ballot. It's none of your business how I voted. So why, when ballots come in, do they have to have signatures on them and then compared by somebody else? That's not feasible. It's not constitutional, and it's got to stop. But of course you won't stop it. You don't even listen to us. I mean, you put up with us. A bunch of parasites come in here and tell you you don't know your job and you're not doing your job, and it's all true. You have obligations to other people, so you don't do your job. We're your boss. We've all come here week after week to tell you what's going wrong. You have been given the knowledge that was talked about earlier, and when you choose to ignore it, you can personally be held liable. Not as a commissioner, but as the drunk in the bar.
Thank you, ma'am.
Janet Butcher, followed by Wayne Gordon.
Welcome back, Ms. Butcher.
Thank you. Janet Butcher, for the record. Please ensure that my comments are placed into the public record. I need to clarify something. When I say I'm a legal resident, I'm stating that I can vote legally. I can vote. I'm a legal voter. I live at a residency. I don't live in a box. I don't live on the street. I'm not in and out of Nevada. And if I spent this kind of money when I was in charge of an IT department, I'd have been fired. It's almost like some of this stuff that we send out, it's like we're marketing. We're not sending things out to the people who are truly here. And I don't understand why we can't clean up these voter rolls. Why are dead and non-residents receiving these ballots? We could save a lot of money, and it's nonsensical at best.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordon has decided not to speak, so there is nobody else signed in.
Okay, all right, I'll bring it back to the board. Commissioners, Let me start with this. A few years ago, I had Ira Hansen carry a bill, it was AB 93, to eliminate paper sample ballots and go all online. And the argument is that anyone could print them, that essentially you could have it in virtually any language that you were more comfortable with. And it passed. But what they did not give us the ability to do was to eliminate this stuff. My goal, my hope, is that at some point we have online sample ballots. There's just no reason, in my opinion, to print them, but I don't think we have an option here. Do we, Madam DA, do we have an option? Because it looks to me under 293-2546 and 293-565.
Paper ballots are required, Mr. Chair, by NRS.
Sample ballots. Sample.
Sample ballots.
Yes, sample ballots. Correct. Okay? All right, so Mr. Manager, what's in front of us is that you're asking us to give you $150,000, and the board previously approved $500,000. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I have no other questions. Commissioners?
I have no questions. I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to approve item number 11 as outlined in the staff report.
Okay, I will second. Again, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Commissioner Lucy has left.
Noted.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 2-1. Okay? Okay. Mr. Manager, that now takes us into our final public comment. Would you take us into item number 12?
Item 12 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda.
Okay.
The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are made to the commission as a whole.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please call public comment?
First up, we have Mark Colosimo. Looks like he's gone.
I think he left.
Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Welcome back.
Matthew 5:10 teaches us, "Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." In regards to public comments opposing proposed process improvements to Washoe County's elections, I am truly sorry. I am sorry that these folks have chosen news sources that have suppressed the truth from them for years. I am sorry that they are now only choosing to take interest in our elections. I am sorry that they are so naive to just blindly mimic everything they hear and not actually do the research. I am sorry that actually reading our Nevada revised statutes, the Nevada Constitution, or the U.S. Constitution is too much effort for them. I'm sorry that they couldn't take the time to back up their allegations with data and evidence, but that is because they have none. Despite Mr. Goodrich's uneducated assertions, our laws are not built to get as many people to vote as possible fairly. Laws are designed for as many citizens to vote as possible, transparently and with accountability. If Mr. Goodrich bothered to do any homework, he would have found the cost of an electric receipt is only $1.85 according to the United States Postal Service's website, which would equate to approximately $555,000 for 300,000 mail ballots that we're already having to mail thanks to last year's legislation. Valid voters merely have to sign the little piece of paper in their mailbox. They are not required to go to the post office. Nice try, Reno Gazette-Journal. Although Miss Archambault's temper tantrum and name-calling only revealed her immaturity and inability to conduct a fruitful discussion, I do agree with one statement she made. Mail ballots are paper ballots, which is why we are trying to make the best use of taxpayers' dollars already being spent on those. Why should legal voters be discouraged from using ballots that have already been paid for? If she had done any homework, she would know that voting is for a chosen few. They are called citizens. Voting is not guaranteed to all Americans over 18. It is only guaranteed to citizens over 18. Mr. Abbott's and Mr. Lockhart's comment, and Colosano and Ms. Mainbeer, I don't know, further confirmed how much out of touch they are with our current election processes and their vulnerabilities. As with any business, there is always room for improvement. The same reason why Microsoft comes out with a newer version and why we have to have the latest iPhone and smart TV. We need our election processes and procedures to keep up with changing demands and laws. I pray they quit drinking the Kool-Aid soon. Despite the slew of disinformation and hyperbole local media spread to boost the ratings, the resolution is not a revamp, nor does it contain anything that is suppressing legal voters. It is just a few of the low-hanging fruit available to Washoe County in making our elections more transparent. If you are against transparency, then you are only trying to hide something.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Robert Beadles, followed by Hope Backman. Looks like Hope left.
Welcome back, Mr. Beatles.
So we've got, and put this all on the permanent record, Robert Beadles, Reno, Nevada. So, we have absolute proof of, irrefutable proof of just fraud, manipulation, books, corruption, lies, everything. But you guys keep, pushing all this stuff through. You guys are tone deaf, or you just, obviously just corrupt. It's really that simple. And again, we're not here because, we like being here. We're like getting you all on the record, so that way when you guys end up in court facing all this stuff, you guys will have already had the evidence, knew it, and still went against the will of the people, committed fraud, treason, and all this other good stuff. I'd also like to speak to the very unhealthy people that were in here. There's two of them, I think, that were white. They were saying that we all had white privilege, but they were white. And somehow this is racist, and somehow we're fascist for wanting free and fair elections for every legal voter. These are the same people that there was a nice black gentleman that was in the audience last time we were here, and you had one of these unhealthy women that was white that was saying she was speaking for all black men, and the black gentleman stood up and said, "Hey, you don't speak for me," and her three white, whatever they were, whatever they identify as, flipped off the black guy. That happened right here inside your guys' tone-deaf meeting hall, whatever you want to call this place. So, you guys hear a couple different people calling us fascists or bigots or racists for wanting free and fair elections, but it couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, you have to have voter ID, and I realize that's outside of your purview, but you have to have voter ID just to get into the DNC. So you want to talk about hypocrisy. You know that? You got to show an ID to get into the DNC. Pretty crazy. And then, rather than sit down with us and show you all the fraud, all the manipulation, everything, I guess Spicula and whoever her handlers are trying to put together a website to disprove our data that they've never seen, which again is, it's just more of the same, right? When we saw all the blocks that you guys voted on, again, it just made it very clear, and this has happened through the first couple months of this year, that they didn't have to go through the finance or budget committees. You guys just blanket yes voted tens of millions of dollars and then put Jeannie through the ringer after, of course, she manipulated her resolution. And I don't understand what the problem with the resolution is, because they're stealth ballots, right? So the left made all this crazy comments, just like Hill did, saying, "Oh, you're showing people's identity." It's called stealth because you don't know who it is. It's called stealth because in Nevada you can't use a driver's license. Then they say that, oh, you're trying to put suppression on people, or you're trying to, by using National Guard. But they say support the troops. They use the troops to push out vaccines, but then if you use them for voters, it's suppression or racist. So there's other ways to get around, things like that. You could use sheriffs. That's expensive. You guys could use security. You could just use more people. But when you guys start allowing for all these poll workers and all these other poll observers to come in from out of state and take Nevada spots, that again is another big problem. So we'll see you guys on the 22nd. And again, everything on that resolution is legal, regardless of the spin Hill and her friends like to put on it.
Thank you. Please.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Wayne Gordon.
Welcome back, Mr. St. John.
Once again, Nicholas St. John for the record, and I have a number of things because of the 3-minute limit that I don't very often get to all that I'd like to address to you guys. We've heard that they're going to put the resolution on the March 22nd agenda. Did I hear that correct? Or I guess you guys can't respond. I am also demanding that you put on the agenda an item to discuss banning vaccine passports. I know we've been focused on election integrity today a lot, but the banning of vaccine passports is still very much at the forefront of a lot of our minds. And although we've been diverted with the election integrity, we want you to put on the agenda to discuss banning vaccine passports. I also demand that you put on the agenda an item to discuss making Washoe County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. I believe it's 11 other counties in our state have already adopted a resolution to be a Second Amendment sanctuary county, and we believe that you'll have enough people in here that indicates we already have over 2,100 people who have signed a petition indicating that they want Washoe County to be a Second Amendment sanctuary county. So I'm asking and demanding that you put these items on the agenda for discussion, and then I'm sure the public will come in and let you know how they feel about it. Then hopefully you guys can come to conclusions and vote to protect the citizens as we keep coming in, giving you our grievances, and you guys keep ignoring us, which is going to eventually end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John.
Wayne Gordon, followed by Janet Butcher.
Welcome back, Mr. Gordon.
Hi, I'm Wayne Gordon. I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada. And I want to start by talking about those two people who call us fascists and white supremacists, whatever it was, racist, earlier. I believe in free speech, okay? I'm not quite an absolutist, but I listen to it. And I don't think that in these chambers we should be treated like that, because all they're trying to do is intimidate us so that we don't come out next week and give, or 2 weeks, excuse me, and give our opinions. They are trying to keep us from speaking, and I don't like that. I think that should be something. Two, I don't know if you remember this because it was way before your guys' time, but there was a world war back in the 30s and 40s, and the Germans decided they would do some things that weren't too nice. They made them legal. And everybody did them. Not everybody, but some people did them. After the war, they held a number of trials, and it was determined that regardless of whether it was legal or if somebody told you to do it, that you had an obligation to do what was right. Right? A couple of things that are not right are not asking for voter ID, sending out mail-in ballots, and some other things that were mostly done in the last legislative session. We do not have to follow those. We keep hearing, we have to do this. But the fact is, we tell the state that those are not appropriate, and we do what we want. We make our own law for elections, and then we do what's right. And we need to do that now. Our ballots, our paper ballots should have a serial number at the bottom. I can tear it off, I can go home, I can look online and say, there's my number, that's what I voted. Nobody else can know it because it doesn't have my name associated. Money. We've heard one of the reasons they didn't like Mr. Beatles is it was going to cost money. But I just heard us throw away a lot of money. A fair, free, open election is much more important. I wish that's what you meant when you were voting for 9, 10, and 11. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Ken Giotto.
Welcome back, Ms. Butcher.
Thanks. Janet Butcher, for the record, please ensure that my comments are entered into the public record. I'm a citizen of the United States. I would like to thank Mr. Hartung for fighting for those lights on Pyramid, those warning lights on Pyramid. However, you kind of negated that by voting for 9, 10, and 11. I'm just going to briefly say it's too bad that the two people left, that after they quacked, that the dirt slinger left, and just because we want fair elections, because we want legal, only honest and legal votes to count, does not make us bad. It makes us honest.
Ken Giotto, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Welcome back, Mr. Otto.
Ken Giotto for the record. Since we're basically earlier, I apologize to the commission board because I got upset over the fact that I was told to shut up by his name was Mark Colasini. He came up here and spoke against this group, against us, called us, went along with the fascists. And also the young lady, Erika Minberry, both white, both pasty white actually. And as I indicated, I was born in Japan, and my grandparents were thrown out of Canada because they're Japanese or put in a camp. And my whole family, extended family, everything is biracial. I have a grandson who's black, you know, and to be called these names by these individuals is just disgusting. And I'm going on 65 here this year, and I've had to deal with this and put up with this stuff for a long time. And then there was a lull in it where I didn't have to deal with it. And now we're back to it. And it really upsets me that I have to deal with this stuff. You know, I don't like looking at it. I don't look at other people by their skin color. I look at them by who they are, by their personalities. You know, I have always looked at people by their cultures. My culture is of honor. I'm half German and half Japanese, and my DNA says that. It's 48 and 48, and then I have 2% South India. I don't know where that came from. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter. I've helped people put my job on the line, put my reputation on the line for people that of color, and I've gotten in trouble. I got myself out of the trouble, but the fact is I put my job on the line with other people, and to have these ignorant, super ignorant, racist, bigoted individuals, and I know who they are because I've experienced it. I can tell who they are. These people, those two people are the bigots. They are the racists, they are the fascists, and they are the Marxists. I spent my military career, 20 years, part of that fighting the Cold War. I was trained how to detect that. These are fascists. These are anti-Americans. They don't belong here. And if they don't like this country, then they need to leave this country and go to Russia, go to China. I don't care. They can go someplace else. But I protected the freedoms of people to speak.
Cindy Martinez, followed by George Lee.
Welcome back, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. For the record, Cindy Martinez, please ensure my comments are made a permanent record per NRS 241. And I'm thanking Nicholas for reminding me about the COVID-19. I would respectfully ask that this commission place on the agenda a resolution to ban mask mandates, ban mandatory vaccinations for employment, travel, entry, and engaging in commerce in places of public accommodation, banning vaccine passports or any means or method of verifying or using a person's medical status to obtain employment, engage in commerce, and finally, prohibiting business and employment from engaging in any related action to discriminate or segregate citizens based upon their medical status. They just did this in Palmdale, California. They passed an ordinance outlining those. Perhaps I should have made a copy. Maybe I'll send it to Madam Clerk in the email. So that's something that's still in the forefront of our mind. Today, we are still in a state of emergency. It's day 726. And as I've laughingly said before, I had to step over mounds of dead bodies. I'm kept awake at night by screaming sirens picking up corpses from the pandemic. I'm being sarcastic, you know that. There is no emergency, and I worry about what that can be used, considering how it can be snapped back to further infringe on our rights. On February 15th, I attended the Sparks Republican Women Dinner. And Mark Vlashin, the Deputy Secretary of Elections, was there from the state of Nevada, as well as Deanna Spicula. And what was interesting to me, and I'm really worried, I was offended by this actually, is that the condition of them speaking to us in a private event, in a place of public accommodation, is that we were asked to not record them. So I want to know why our public servants agree to speak and answer questions in a structured manner, but the criteria is that you're not permitted to record them. That's unacceptable. If you're going to come and answer to the people, you need to be fair, open, and honest, and not restrict that. Let's see, the other thing, on that day also is Deanna Spicula was asked about the purpose and the scope of duties of temporary employees, and she was directly asked by Mr. Robert Beatles if those employees were employed in counting ballots. And she had to do a very momentary dance, and I watched them. They were both very uncomfortable. She finally had to admit that at the last election, yes, temporary workers were being permitted and used to count ballots. That's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
George Lee, followed by Val White.
Welcome back, Mr. Lee.
Good to be back. Where did I put my stuff? Yeah, item 7. I haven't read the background material on item 7, other than the fact that you want to have, it appears to be increasing license fees on child care providers and for licensing and monitoring. I assume that was what it was for. And who exactly are you protecting? Are you protecting the children? Because the children are not the ones who are vulnerable. The children are the least vulnerable of all the candidates for this virus. As a matter of fact, they get it on such a rare case that you can count them on one hand. It's just silly to spend money and force people to comply with regulations. The other thing is, I don't know the rules as far as who is responsible. You're living in a house, and you have a child, and your sister wants to come over and leave their kid with you. Do you have to have a license? Do you? If the next door neighbor comes over with their child and says, hey, I have to run to the store, can you watch my kid? Do they have to have a license? Do you know? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? I mean, the point is that this was meant as a profit center to collect money and to enforce standards, where standards are, in some cases, a good idea. But when you put legislation down and regulation down on individuals who are doing a good job, all you do is drive up the cost for people who can't afford childcare now and have to, work an extra job to pay for their childcare. It just baffles me. I know that when your hammer a nail is the only thing you see, but that's just, I just don't understand it. By the way, I want under open meeting law, I want my comments to be recorded and displayed as per NRS 241.035. And how if I go to the other sheet, we need to get rid of the Dominion machines. They have been proven to be criminal. It's either that or we want jammers at the counting facilities.
Thank you, Mr.
If you jam it so internet can't go through.
Val White, followed by Nona Mae Price.
Welcome back, Ms. White.
Archbishop Carlo Vigano has said, "The truth is the foundation of justice and peace." Here's a truth for you. A guy I'll call Frank lives on a Washoe County street with 28 houses, not apartments, not condos, dorms, or any other type of group accommodation. He knows the neighborhood well, as he's lived there for years. He decided to check the voter registrations on just his street because he's heard that the voter rolls are full of errors with duplicates, moved, illegal, or even deceased voters. Here's what Frank found. This is all true. He found registrations for himself 4 different times with 4 different registration numbers, and the same thing happened to others on his street. He found registrations for people who moved long ago. He found multiple registrations for people who have never lived there and have no affiliation with the residents. He found multiple registrations at addresses where only one person has ever lived there. Want to guess how many actual registrations were on that street with 28 houses? 85. Frank's research confirms with the assessor that the true amount of registrations should be 36, not 85. Many individuals, like Frank, will sign affidavits reporting inaccuracies on the voter registration rolls. Remember, an affidavit is a legal document attesting to the truth. Will Registrar Spicula sign an affidavit attesting to the accuracy of the voter rolls, or has she already? If she has, it's a legal and moral crime. She's already been given evidence of the many inaccuracies. So what are you going to do about this problem? Are you going to continue to believe Spicula's false claims of a clean voter roll? Are you going to continue committing money to election processes that are flawed? Or are you going to stand up and do the job you were elected to do? It all depends on character, doesn't it? Your actions speak louder than words. Do you really value truth and justice and peace? If you do, then you'll do something about the voter rolls. Put some money into cleaning the voter rolls today. Hire bipartisan workers to manage cleaning the rolls, not the in-over-her-head registrar of voters. Don't spend money on the present election process until you fix the numerous problems we now have destroying honest elections. And since I have 30 seconds left, I would just like to know how the left, how the progressives, how the Democrats can claim that this is an honest election when you've seen documented, expert, government evidence of fraud. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. How many states does it take for you to believe that fraud exists and not send out that lie, oh, it's a very rare frequency? And last, no time.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Nona Mae Price, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Can we have the overhead, please?
Just a few items I'd like for the county commissioners to put on items for agenda is that the emailed comments be read at the meetings and not shuffled away and hid somewhere behind the scenes like most other public committees. Otherwise, also, the clock not to be started until after the speaker introduces themselves, because they lose a little bit of valuable time. Also, I'd like for the clock to be stopped when the attention of the Board of County Commissioner members has been lost, like with you, Mr. Hartog, when the DA came over there to speak to you while there was somebody speaking here. You have no clue to what was being said. I advise you to go back and review what was said. Maybe all of you, except Jeannie, you're very attentive. And review what these people have been saying, not just today, but for weeks. And maybe you should follow that up with a hearing test. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Catherine Snedeker?
Welcome back, Ms. Snedeker.
For the record, Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. Earlier today, Susie Howell had read to you about presidential executive orders. Now, here in Nevada, we have governor mandates. They don't apply to me. They apply to you. No executive order and no governor mandate applies to the public at large. You didn't care. This phony security thing you got going out here for months now, why is that still there? What are the threats that have come to you that you need security there? Because that's a lot of money. It's not just one person. It's 4 or 5 and the machine. And you've got them checking everybody. I want to know why. Because it's a violation of my civil rights that if I want to come to a county commission meeting, I have to be searched first. That's not constitutional. That's part of the CCP. And I guess you follow China really well, because they're giving you their orders, aren't they? You sit up there and claim to be Americans or patriots. You're not. You're communist sympathizers. And I say that wholeheartedly just by your actions and the things you've done. Take away our volunteer fire departments in the rural areas where it only takes 45 minutes for the average engine to get down there. They're there to put out embers. They're not there to help save homes. My home is the only house in Palomino Valley that's been saved from a fire. And that's because we had volunteers. Wouldn't happen today because you don't want it to happen. And you made sure it didn't happen. So what was the reason for that? To put our lives in danger and our investments and our properties in danger. That goes with that thing about abuse of government that I read to you earlier, that the judge doesn't like it at all. And that was a Supreme Court judge, not one of your bought, paid for judges around here. And they are all bought and paid for. But they can all be held liable too. It's not really a big problem to take away your qualified immunity, because when you're not acting as our representatives, you are taking away your own qualified immunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have nobody else signed in chambers, but I do have an email from Andrew Hill that will be placed on the record.
Okay. All right, Mr. Manager, that takes us now into item number 13.
13 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Mr. Manager, do you have any such items?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Hill, I'll have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be great if staff could help us pull together a regional fire plan discussion with our other entities, Reno and Sparks, to start that discussion of what next steps would look like. Thank you.
Okay. For me, Mr. Manager, I know that we're coming back with the voter roll item. I look forward to that conversation. I want to understand what we're doing on an ongoing basis. I've already spoken about this, and so I look forward to seeing that. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to end this meeting on a lighter note. And I got kind of a kick out of the folks that were over here talking about racist and all that stuff. And I always do get a kick out of them because my dad was half Indian. And so it just tickles me. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, commissioners. We are adjourned.